They call it the big time. You got your name in lights. Now you're gonna shine. Got 'em in your sights.
You wanna be great now. You're just trying to find a way out. I don't wanna tell you how to live, but I just don't want you to miss. And I don't mean to scare you. I want you to live, and I dare you to give this life all you have. Yeah, all you have. We are legends.
woke a giant up, now here I come. I ain't going nowhere, so you better run. I'm a giant, and I never fall. The biggest in the game, I want it all. I'm a giant, like a riot. I'm defiant, more power than a tyrant. I'm a giant, the biggest in the game. I'm a giant, I'm defiant, more power than a tyrant. Ha. And I never fall, no, and I want it all.
This week's Dragon football broadcast is brought to you by White's Chapel United Methodist Church, Feed Store Barbecue, Kim Bedwell Briggs Freeman Southlake, Godwin Bowman PC, The Baker Firm Fidelity National Title, Tommy Pennington Realty Group, Macero, All Star Orthopedics, Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, First Autoplex, Southlake Dermatology, CLC Roofing, Patriot Mobile, AC Pros, and Mills Wealth Advisors.
Hey Dragon fans, welcome to the Carroll Dragon pregame show, sponsored by Kim Bedwell Real Estate. Now here's your hosts, Chris Blake and Robert Clayton.
From DATCU Stadium on the campus of the University of North Texas in Denton, it's the 6A Division II Regional Final as Carroll gets set to take on Denton Geyer. Hi there and welcome into the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton, our statistician Monty Clegg, producer Bill Webb, and director Tim Polster. The Dragons snuck by Hebron last week in the regional semis 42-37 to go to 13-0 on the season. On the heels of a 49-42 win over Friendship in the area round, it marked the first time under Riley Dodge that Carroll has played consecutive playoff games decided by a touchdown or less. Geyer, meanwhile, rolled Crowley 44-7 in their regional semi last week. The Wildcats are 10-3 on the year. Carroll in the fourth round for the 8th consecutive season. Geyer here for the 5th time in 6 years. So, Robert, when it comes to success in the 2000s, not a lot of schools have had it like these two.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Chris. You know, when you get to the fourth round consistently year after year, it tells you a lot about the culture of the programs. You know, these two programs have rich traditions and have been a dominant staple in the 6A level.
It's a Geyer High School that opened in 2005, but really ever since the day they opened, they've been solid when it comes to football. And I mentioned the back-to-back close games for the Dragons in the last 2 rounds of the playoffs. What does playing in and especially winning games like that do for a young player's confidence when it comes to playing in those situations deeper into the playoffs?
Well, I think you get battle-tested. You know, there's a lot of youth on this Dragon team, and when you can get challenged, it helps you grow as a team. A win is a win, honestly, and when you're in the playoffs, you're going to get the best of every team you play. It is about how you respond, and you have to love the way the Dragons have responded, Chris.
And similarly, Denton Geyer hasn't played in as many close playoff games, but they played a lot of close regular season games out of a district that we talked about a lot this season is maybe the toughest 6A district in the area in District 5-6A. Believe it or not, the Wildcats actually finished 3rd in that district behind Coppell and Louisville. Carroll played a Hebron team last week that was the 4 seed out of that district. The Wildcats have won each playoff game by at least 17 points. How does a district schedule like that prepare them for this point?
I think playing in a tough district, especially 5-6A, provides a team with preparation for the playoffs. You know, when you consistently face high-caliber opponents like Coppell and Louisville during the regular season, it forces your team to elevate week after week. You know, such a demanding schedule on Geyer helps players adapt, you know, playoff level intensity, exposes some weaknesses that can be corrected, getting ready for the postseason. Then also builds, you know, resilience for high-pressure situations. You know, for Geyer, you know, finishing 3rd in such a stacked district may have actually benefited them, keeping them sharp and giving the battle-tested mentality, Chris. Like Carroll's playoff journey, though tough district battles ensure that team is not intimidated at high competition in the postseason, it's really about, iron sharpening iron, Chris.
So a couple of teams that have played in some close games this season, and they are also teams whose offenses have become more and more quarterback-centric the deeper the playoffs have gone. What should we look forward to about watching Angelo Renda and Kevin Sperry today?
I think, number one, they're field generals of each other's teams. Look for an athletic display running the ball. Both are dynamic runners, and I think we'll see a lot of that on display today on both sides.
It is 52 degrees right now, raining here in Denton. Rain expected to stick around on and off throughout the game. So how do you prepare for the physical and mental side of playing in a game like this?
Well, quote unquote, this is football weather. You have to get out in the elements a little. These aren't perfect conditions. But what people forget is that they have to hydrate even when it's cooler, Chris. It is a big part of this. But honestly, when I played, this was a situation, this was no sleeve weather. Okay, us linemen are licking our chops. We're going to let the belly breathe a little bit today and dominate up front. And so we look forward to these type of games.
You see these colleges from around the country this time of year for pregame warm-ups. They'll post pictures on their social media, the linemen going out without shirts on for warm-ups, things like that. No players on the field are shirtless here today, but maybe going for that kind of mentality.
You got to let it breathe. You got to let it breathe and got to let it relax. You got to get the belly accustomed to the chilly weather.
Well, both of these teams have been to this round a bunch. It's a rematch of the 2022 Region 1 final, which Geyer won 45-21. Dragons looking to avenge that loss this afternoon. Still to come on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show, we'll hear from Dragons head coach Riley Dodge, get you the starting lineups and Robert's keys to the game. But first, we break down each team on both sides of the ball. Counting you down to kickoff between Carroll and Geyer in the Region 1 final on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Welcome to Macero Southlake, where American life meets Mexican spirit. Experience our renowned Mexican-inspired dishes, featuring Tex-Mex classics, inventive salads, a variety of seafood, and our award-winning cheeseburger. But save room for dessert, and we offer a wide selection of curated cocktails, over 20 wines by the glass, and refreshing, vibrant mocktails. At Macero, we're more than just food and drinks. We're an entire experience. It's sharing laughter, spending time with family and friends, and creating new memories. Whether you're looking for a pre- or post-game meal, weekend brunch, or any queso-craving weekday, join us in the shops of Southlake. Come see why at Macero, everyone's treated like family, and love is always on the house.
This time of year, we're all looking for something, but what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love, and hope, and peace, and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong in and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Welcome back to the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show as we get set for the 6A Division II Region 1 final between the Dragons and the Wildcats of Denton Guyer. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton at DATCU Stadium on the campus of the University of North Texas on a cold and rainy December Saturday. And let's take a look at this Carroll offense and how it stacks up against a Guyer defense that has been good throughout the playoffs. And Robert, as we move through the end of the regular season, through the early rounds of the playoffs, this has become more of an offense that runs through Angelo Renda. In 3 playoff games, he's accounted for more than 1,100 yards of total offense, 15 total touchdowns. How has he been able to dial it up here down the stretch?
Well, I think it's, Angelo's performance through the playoffs is nothing short of spectacular. You've seen the growth as an individual and just a leader of the team, and I think that comes with as you get more familiar with the offense. And I think really what's opened it up is his running ability. That comes from trusting in your supporting cast, Chris, and really just getting in the playbook. Renda's growth each week is why he's going to become such a sought-after commodity this offseason.
Expect to see those offers roll in for him at the college level as the next year goes on. And his favorite target has also upped his game in the playoffs. Brock Boyd caught 52 passes in 10 regular season games. He's caught 37 in 3 playoff games for nearly 500 yards and 2 touchdowns. How has he been able to do it when defenses know the ball is going his way?
Effort. I think beyond anything, effort. But, I had a chance to speak with Brock's dad this week, and we chatted a little bit about his offseason prep, which is pretty intense. Brock's main focus was really, training his first 3 to 4 steps coming out off the line. How quick can he get out the ball, create separation with his feet? You see it on tape, but you also see the effort, the yards after catch and competing every play. For Brock, there's no such thing as a playoff.
He'll be going up against a couple of corners for Denton Guyer, senior Jonah Shamey and junior Jace Johnson, the cornerbacks in this defense. And also for Guyer defensively, it does start up front. They run a little bit of a different defense that we haven't seen much this year at the high school level. Senior tackle Xavier Ukpono is headed to Wisconsin next year. Sophomore defensive end Zane Rowe is committed early already to Oklahoma. What does this front 4 do so well? Well,
they are big, they are physical, and they can move. It's the most complete D-line this offensive line for Carroll will face all year. They do a lot of twisting. They can stop the run and then get to the quarterback. But I honestly think the best one out of the group is actually sophomore, number 99, Haywood. He's very explosive. This is a great test for this Dragon line tonight or today.
And Kieran Haywood voted a team captain as just a sophomore by his teammates, if that tells you anything about what kind of leader he is at such a young age. And to the extent that it's possible when it comes to the defensive line, how can the Dragons try to make them less of a factor?
Well, I think you've got to execute the combination blocks on the zone. Those are fundamental blocking schemes. In the running back on the back end, you've got to watch the cutback lane with the hard charging of the defensive line. Use the upfield momentum of the D-line and throw in some gap schemes, some counters and powers, and get north up the field and get the flow going a little bit on the defense.
You say that Guyer is going to show a 5-man box a lot of the time. How important is it then for Carroll to use the running game to try to force more defenders into the box to help open up things outside?
Well, they feel when we play 5 in the box is basically telling the offense that they have a lot of confidence in their front 4 that they can control the run game. And so that gives them the back end to help defend the pass. And so you've got to establish that run game from the very beginning, and you've got to get them to bring more guys in the box. So then for later on in the game, you can start opening up with the passing game. So that's going to be crucial for this Carroll offense today.
We'll keep an eye on the run game right out of the gate for the Dragons this afternoon. Well, teams are continuing to warm up on the field here at DATCU Stadium, and when we return on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show, we will flip it and talk how this Carroll defense stacks up against the Geyer offense. Region 1 final at 6A Division 2 coming your way at 2:30 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
At AC Pros, we are a family-owned company that has been in business for 27 years in the DFW Metroplex. At AC Pros, we offer air conditioning and heating services, maintenance and sales, and we are a certified trained dealer. Protect against the Texas heat or the cold in the winter with attic insulation, radiant barrier, or window replacement options. Contact us today for a complimentary energy analysis and air quality test. AC Pros, online at acprostx.com. Go Dragons!
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy, with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons!
Hey Dragon fans, it's Tommy Pennington here with the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Do you think you need to do improvements to sell your home? Start planning today. Inquire about our Compass Concierge program. It's the hottest program in real estate where our broker will pay for the improvements at zero cost to you. Call us today at 817-416-9000 or check us out on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com. So from my Dragon fans to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Dragons and Wildcats coming up at 2:30 from DATCU Stadium in Denton. Chris Blake, Robert Clayton with you as we continue on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show. Let's talk about this Carroll defense now. And one of the things that really jumps out immediately that kind of uncharacteristic for what we saw from the Dragons this season is the 79 points they've allowed over the last 2 weeks. Carroll did get to Patrick Creighton Jr. 6 times last week, so the pass rush is still there. But, Robert, what are some of the adjustments the Dragons need to make on the defensive side?
I think it's just fundamentals, Chris. I mean, eliminate the big plays, bring the ball carrier down on first contact, and don't let the plays get extended. You know, trust your assignments and the guys next to you. It really hunker down and just play football. Play fast. You know your assignment, and just get to the ball and bring them down.
For Geyer offensively, we mentioned off the top that Angelo Renda and Kevin Sperry are really going to be kind of driving this game offensively for both teams. And Wildcats have a running back in senior Sterling Schneider who ran for about 800 yards in the regular season, but has just 75 in their 3 playoff games. That's because the quarterback, Kevin Sperry, has really accounted for the bulk of their yards on the ground. He's committed to Florida State, has rushed for 305 yards in the playoffs. How has Geyer kind of set him loose over the last 3 weeks?
Well, I mean, Geyer wants the best player with the ball. and that is Kevin Sperry. He gives flashes of Jackson Arnold in the backfield. He's a dynamic runner with the ball, but it also starts with the perimeter blocking. Geyer is a power run team, no matter how you chop it up. And they're going to run right, they're going to run left with Sperry behind, a power concept with the guard pulling and the running back leading as a lead blocker. He gets behind his caravan, and he's very successful, Chris.
It's a big offensive line looking across the front. The tackles, Vance Adams on the left side, a senior 6'5", 295. On the right side, Aquarian Byers, another senior 6'6", 320. How can Carroll kind of use its speed on its front four to try to neutralize some of that size?
Well, I think just watching film, they are very big up front. I think there's some opportunities to, not expose the offensive line, but I think they can beat them off the step. They can, they're going to have to spill some of these power plays and really play over the top and tackle and wrap up. The one thing I see from the offensive line on film, and even speaking a little bit, with the coaching staff about it is, the second level, we talk about linemen getting to the second level, Chris, and that's very important in the run game. They ultimately, don't really have to do that a lot just with how this offense is. So I think there's an opportunity there just for our linebackers to go make some plays.
So needing the defensive linemen to kind of take on those blocks and free up the second level guys to make the stops.
Absolutely.
Well, that is how this Dragon defense matches up against the Geyer offense. When we return on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show, we will hear from Dragons head coach Riley Dodge. Carroll and Geyer coming up at 2:30 in the 6A Division II Region 1 final on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to in your area, minus the leftist propaganda. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and keep your number, too. Just go to patriotmobile.com/dragons or call 878-PATRIOT. Get free activation today with the offer code DRAGONS.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Christmas is a season of joy as we celebrate that manger in Bethlehem and the dawn of God's redeeming grace. All month long, White's Chapel is filled with opportunities to experience the joy of the season. From our trains, musical programs, and activities of all types, we invite you to come and share in the celebration. Please go to our church website for times and information. Join us as we repeat the sounding joy of Christmas.
We are counting you down to kickoff in the state quarterfinal matchup between Carroll and Geyer today here at UNT. Chris Blake joined by Dragons head coach Riley Dodge. And coach, this is a round that you've reached every year since you took over at Carroll in 2018. I understand there are bigger goals ahead, but what does it take to remain this consistent over a 7-year span?
Man, I haven't really thought about it, to be honest with you. That's pretty cool. I think it just talks about our program and our hard work and our consistency. We never overlook an opponent, and we got amazing kids that bring it each and every day. I got amazing staff that really put the work in, and I think it's to be a Final Eight in the state of Texas. The last 7 years, it's an amazing accomplishment. And just proud of our program as a whole, and that even the kids we had in the past.
Let's talk about last week's game against Hebron. On the ground, Angelo Renda, Christian Glenn have their best rushing games of the season with 103 and 87 yards, respectively. How has the running game continued to be a strength despite all the adversity it's faced this year?
Yeah, we lost two really special running backs and great individuals, to our team leaders. And, now, you just have to be creative. Christian Glenn is very dynamic. Athlete, as a catcher of the football and as a running back, and then Angelo, we've, he had a little bit of a turf toe early in the year, so we couldn't really highlight him in the run game, and he's healthy now. And that's a, big part of his game is being a runner, as a dual threat guy. And, we got to be creative. Both of those guys have, we feel like we got two running backs in the backfield, and, we got to be creative with those two guys and let them go.
The other guy offensively that of course has stood out in the playoffs is Brock Boyd. Not to say that he didn't during the regular season, but 10 plus catches in every playoff game so far. How has he elevated his game here when it matters more?
Yeah, I think he's one of those kids that he shines brightest in the biggest moments, and you want to call upon those type of guys. And I think our receiving corps as a whole is a young group. They're all underclassmen. They're all competitors. They've done a great job. Brock's just, one of those guys that, you want to get the ball in his hands as much as possible, because, good things are going to happen.
On the defensive side, give up 37 points last week, 42 the week before. What kind of changes can you make on the defensive side of the ball to try to slow down this Geyer offense?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's a dynamic group. They do a heck of a job as a staff offensively, with the different tempos and what they do in the run game and the pass game. Quarterback is a dynamic player. We got to be assignment sound, as simple as that sounds. We have to be great technicians, and we got to have guys do their jobs over and over and over. We talk about repeatability in our program a lot, and not getting bored with doing the little things right. But I think elite defenses, trust their teammates, and we got to trust each other tonight. We got to be great communicators.
You mentioned this Geyer offense led by quarterback Kyle Sperry. He's going to Florida State. Looking at some of the numbers from their playoff games, they've got a running back who had several 100-yard games during the year, but it seems like during the playoffs, they've kind of let Sperry take the reins on the ground and through the air.
Yeah, I think he's their biggest playmaker they have, and they're going to try to get him the ball. So, he's a kid that just showed up on campus for him from Oklahoma, and he was somewhere else in Texas as a sophomore. So, he's a kid that's a dynamic playmaker. But we got to stop him. We got to stop the run. I think that's the biggest thing for our goal this evening.
On the defensive side, you said they've upped their game a little bit here in the playoffs. What do they do well defensively?
Yeah, I think they settled into a certain front. They were kind of a 3 down front majority of the year. They're settled in the 4 down front. They got 4 D linemen that they believe in. They're really good players. 2 sophomores up front that are Division I players. They got a D tackle in number 40 that's a big time dude that's played a lot of football for them, and 41 is a really good player as well. And I think it starts with their 4 down lineman and their linebacker, and what they're able to do. When you can play a 5-man box and allow your secondary to not be that concerned with the run game, that gives you problems. So I feel like we got a good plan. We got to be aggressive at times and not get bored with the with the run game and taking those 5-yard runs.
And finally, a little chilly out here today. Could be a little bit of rain on and off. How do you get Texas kids to adjust to playing in these colder, wetter conditions for a day?
Yeah, I'm not worried about our kids. I mean, I think you love football weather. We've been in the weather all week, it's been cold and a little windy. So we've been in the elements. We don't hide in our indoor. I would like to hide in our indoor because I'm cold, but the kids are handle a lot better than I do. But it is what it is. It's December in North Texas, and this is the type of weather we get.
Yeah, it could be anywhere from this to 80. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
But Coach, thanks for the time and good luck today.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Dragons head coach Riley Dodge joining us on the Kim Bedwell Realty Group pregame show. Carroll and Geyer coming up next on the Dragons Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Feed Store Barbecue on Whites Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Howdy, Dragon fans. This is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing. As a Southlake resident, I understand what winning teams and championships are all about. CLC Roofing is your one-stop commercial and residential roofing provider. We offer roofing, gutter, skylight, and solar options for your home. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair, contact us today to schedule your free roofing inspection. You can visit us online at clcroofing.com or contact my office directly at 817-416-ROOF. That's clcroofing.com or call us directly at 817-416-ROOF. And go Dragons, let's finish.
Hey Dragon fans, Tommy Pennington here. Like the Carroll Dragons, my team understands it takes great fans to be a winner. I want to personally thank all of our Tommy Pennington Realty Group fans for their loyalty and ongoing support. It's because of you we continue to support our Dragon organizations every year. Please remember we love helping Dragon families with all of their real estate needs. I'm here to give you the best advice and to help you anytime. My Dragon fans would tell you,
Call Tommy.com. Go Dragons!
This is Dr. Mark Greenberg, team physician for the Carroll Dragons. All-Star Orthopedics is proud to be the official sports medicine providers of Dragon Athletics. Our 8 board-certified orthopedic specialists offer surgical as well as non-surgical treatments for a full range of orthopedic injuries and conditions, with on-site imaging and physical therapy, along with best-in-class outpatient and inpatient surgical facilities. You can trust that we will be there with you every step of the way. Let us get you back in the game.
Inside, gets away from a defender across the 5. Touchdown, Dragons.
DATCU Stadium at UNT in Denton. It's the 6A Division II Region 1 final between Southlake Carroll and Denton Geyer. The Dragons are here for the 8th consecutive season. Geyer is here for the 5th time in the last 6 years. Hi there, Chris Blake with Robert Clayton, our statistician Monty Clegg, director Tim Polster, and producer Bill Webb today. It is raining. It is 51 degrees, which I guess you come to expect in early December, though Robert, in North Texas, it could also be 80 and you wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the weather has a personality of its own, but again, we touched on it briefly in the pregame. This is football weather at its finest, Chris.
Well, let's take a look at where we are in the playoff bracket here as we move through the region finals. Guyard knocked off Crowley last week to get to this point. The Dragons, of course, beat Hebron. The winner of this one will play the winner of the Region 2 final between DeSoto and Longview. Carroll hoping to make it there for another year as it did last year. Guyer looking to get there like it did in 2022, as this is a rematch of a game between the Dragons and the Wildcats that was played that year, which Guyer came out on top. Crowd filtering in here at DATCU Stadium as we take a look at some of the other scores in the playoffs. A bunch of games last night in addition to games going on this afternoon. Yesterday at the 4A level, Argyle defeated Lovejoy, where Todd Dodge is the head coach, 42-17 to reach the state semis. South Oak Cliff rolled over Port Neches Grove, 56-14 in that regional final. And then games going on today. Of course, DeSoto and Longview, that one will start in about 40 minutes from now. And a few 2 o'clock kickoffs. Denton Ryan and Aledo in the 5A D1 Region 1 final, tied at 7. Duncanville up on Houston Cy Bridgeland 7-0 early in 6A D1. And a state title game going on right now in TAPS. Fort Worth All Saints leading Houston Second Baptist 21-3. Still to come today. Oh, one more in progress, by the way. North Crowley up on Allen 6-0. That one, another 2 o'clock kickoff. So a lot of regional finals going on around the state this afternoon as the Dragons are leaving the tunnel on the east side of the stadium here at DATCU Stadium at UNT. This field runs north to south. End zones painted green. North Texas written in one. Mean Green written in the other. As the banner is lifted on the far sideline where the Dragons will be today. It's struggling a little bit. I think it's a little waterlogged, but it's managed to hold its integrity long enough for the Dragons to get ready to run through it. A lot of ponchos out there. The Emerald Bells lining the numbers on the far side of the field, all in black ponchos this afternoon. Carroll in its white uniforms or white jersey tops with black pants, as is the custom for the playoffs. I don't see many sleeves, if any, over there.
It's a good thing.
It's a mental thing too, right?
It is a mental thing, Chris. You don't wear sleeves in the cold, but I think more than
what if you're a quarterback?
Well, they're the exception.
Got to keep the arm warm.
There's some flair they've got to have, but I think more than anything, just with the conditions today, Chris, you're seeing just a kind of a gentle rain throughout the time, and we're going to see that over the next few hours. And a big part of it is just keeping the balls dry, and that's from the kicking game, that's in the return game. And so you see some preparations you saw in the pregame. Someone's out there actually drying the balls after every kick, every throw. And so, there's going to be a lot of different things and elements here tonight or today.
When we talked to Riley Dodge this week, he asked him if they would practice with wet footballs or anything like that, and he said, not really. They'd be out in the cold, but he said in his experience using wet footballs in practice, it kind of just created a little bit of chaos. It's hard to recreate the exact game situations.
Yeah, you don't know. And again, practice is for execution. It's for, getting plays out there and be able to get some film and get the game plan together. So I understand where Coach Dodge is coming from on that. But nonetheless, this is going to be a different type of game, really, for both teams. You haven't really seen these conditions a lot this year so far.
No, I mean, it's not just for Carroll. Guyer is also in the Metroplex. It's not like it's been drastically different conditions in Denton than it's been in Southlake. And for players that, around the area, this is unusual. You play in hot conditions for the most part from August through the end of October. Then all of a sudden, things switch here in a hurry. They are doing the coin toss right now at midfield. The captain's out there for both teams. And as they do, let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups for this one today. for the Dragons in the backfield. It'll be Angelo Renda at quarterback, Christian Glenn, the running back. Parker Harris has worked at running back. We didn't see him get any carries last week. Pass catchers for the Dragons as they have completed the coin toss. Geyer has won the toss and deferred to the second half. Carroll will receive to start the game and move north to south, left to right in front of us. For the Dragons, pass catchers, Bobrowski, Knowles, Jacquemart, Gunter, and Boyd. Told you during the pregame show, Boyd has caught 37 passes in 3 playoff games so far. And Robert, you would expect more of the same.
Well, absolutely. He's the playmaker, right? He's part of the engine of this offense, and you've got to get Boyd the ball. He's so dynamic just in playing in space and making a move, yards after catch. You got to get him involved in the offense early. And the offensive line for the Dragons, left to right, Luke Wilson, Trent Wilson, Kerry Clayton, Nathan Damaraki, and Tristan Dare up front. Yeah, and we talked a little bit about this in the pregame. You know, they're going to face a Geyer defensive line that is going to be their toughest test of the year so far. This is a young group, you know, led by the veteran senior, Trent Wilson. But, you know, my advice to this young line is, Mo, just get out there and play your combination blocks, you know, exercise your technique, and no mental errors. Look at the defensive side for the Dragons. Up front, Jack Van Dorsler, Jake Lucky, Jackson Oakley, Austin Davidge, and Zach Hayes has also been mixed into this group a ton, especially in the playoffs. In the playoffs, especially for Hayes, 3.5 sacks, 5 hurries over these last 3 games, 9.5 sacks on the year overall. As Carroll has taken the field here at DATCU Stadium, Geyer emerging from its locker room as we speak and making its way into its inflatable Wildcat on that end of the stadium. Also for the Dragons, linebacker, could see a new face get some playing time today. Will Tahalo, we expect to see out there along with Grouse, Fedor, and Ladd, like we've become accustomed to for Carroll. Yeah, I think, you know, this would be really crucial for all these linebackers today. Really, you know, to play over the top. As a D lineman tend to spell this power game, they've got to wrap up and make those tackles. You know, they made a little bit of changes. Hopefully, you know, just making some plays in space, Chris. And in the defensive backfield, another change. Landon Harris will see some time at cornerback today, along with Ethan Fisher. We expect to see plenty of Luke Bussman still as well for the Dragons at that spot. And then the safeties, Chen, Strange, and Parker Harris for the Dragons on the back end. Yeah, Landon Harris it gives a little bit of size there on the corner end, right about 6 foot 6'1", and then, you know, all these guys in the back end, you know, William Chin, Ethan Fisher, Parker Harris, and Gavin Strange. It's going to be important for them to stay home and help support against this Geyer run game. That's a look at this Dragon starting lineup on both sides of the ball. Geyer is the home team today, and their school choir is out on the field for the national anthem. Denton Geyer Choir performing the national anthem here at UNT before Carroll and Geyer play in the Region 1 final here. And Robert, as we get set for kickoff, let's take a look at your keys to the game. Yeah, I think, you know, number one, Chris, it is shut down number 9, Kevin Sperry. He's the engine and catalyst of this Geyer offense. And number 2, second-level run game. You've got to get to the second-level offensive lineman, get a hat on the linebackers, and then running back. You've got to make your first initial contact at the second level, get there and get there with authority. And number 3, create turnovers. This is a very equally matched team. There's going to have to be some type of break, and hopefully Southlake can create some turnovers.
We've seen the Dragon defense come up with some turnovers here over the course of the playoffs. We've seen some big plays on special teams as well, and typically in close games, those are where those plays on the margins are where the difference is.
Well, whenever you're playing this late in the season, Chris, it's the teams that do the little things exceptionally well, and I think that's what Carroll and Guy are both do. That's why they're consistently in this spot, and they execute in all phases of the game.
Carroll, under head coach Riley Dodge, in his 7th year, has been to the regional final or further in every year as the head coach of the Dragons. Reed Heim, the coach of the Wildcats, in his 3rd year, is the defensive coordinator for Denton. Geyer for 2 years prior to that. The ball is teed up at midfield. Geyer showing a little bit of trickeration here with Ford Stinson, the senior, set to kick it away. They pooch it, and it is fielded at the 25-yard line. Hit hard, ball comes out. It is loose on the turf at the 31-yard line. Geyer thinks they have it as we wait the official ruling, and they do. For the Dragons, that one was fielded by Luke Bussman on the return. He coughs it up, and it'll be Geyer ball at the 30 to get things started.
Of course, we talk about the conditions with the wet environment. Played a little bit of cause there on that fumble. And we talked about turnovers. Big break for Geyer here, opening kickoff.
So we will not see Angelo Renda right away. We will see Kevin Sperry, the Florida State commit, at quarterback for the Wildcats. Sperry, a senior, 6'1", 205. Ran for 980 yards this year, has passed for about 2,200. Out of the gun with one running back to the left. He keeps it on first down. Is going to be dragged down from behind right at the line of scrimmage by Austin Davidge. No gain on the play.
Again, a little read, by Sperry, and great job. This is what this Dragon defense is going to have to do. Austin Davidge on the perimeter, making contact and bringing him to the ground, not allowing him to get more yards after initial contact.
This Geyer offense features Sterling Schneider, the running back, alongside to Sperry's left again. This time they give it to Schneider. Running off the right side, gets a couple of yards up to the 27-yard line. Give him 3 on the play.
A good little right tackle. The catalyst of this Geyer offense is this power game. They're going to get behind that offensive line. They haven't shown Snyder a lot over the past few games, but he's more than capable of making these plays.
Now they've got Caden Cobbs, a junior, in the backfield along with Sperry. Cobbs also a starting safety on this team. 2 receivers left, tight end to the right side of the formation. They send Jackson Shockley, a Tulsa commit, over to the left side. Give it to Cobbs, trying to get outside to the left side. Does across the 25, stepped out of bounds. And he had first down opening, but he stepped out on his own at the 21, and that's going to be short.
It's just a little zone read here by Geyer, and reading what the defensive end does, and giving it off to Cobb. And again, they did actually, looks like they did get the first down.
He stepped out of bounds at least a yard before that, but the official on the other end of the field decided to move the sticks anyway. Cobbs remains in the game at running back alongside Sperry to his right. The tight end Shockley to the right, 2 receivers right. Sperry keeps it with Cobbs as the lead blocker. Big hole up the middle, inside the 5, plows over a defender into the end zone for a touchdown. Sperry showing his burst right up the middle, getting behind Cobbs and taking it 20 yards to the end zone.
We see this is just a normal power play here. You take your left guard, you pull him around to the right side, in between the guard and tackle, becomes the lead blocker, and Sperry just follows his lineman to the end zone. Touchdown, Geyer.
The extra point attempt will be taken by Ford Stinson. 63 of 64 on these on the year. The snap is down, kick is up, and it is through. Though with 10:30 to go in the first quarter, it is Geyer 7, Carroll nothing. You're listening to the Region 1 final on the Dragon Sports Network.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy, with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons!
An early turnover gives Geyer good field position and allows the Wildcats to take a 7-0 lead about 90 seconds into this one. A 20-yard rushing touchdown by Kevin Sperry capped a 4-play, 30-yard drive that took 1:23. The ensuing Massero kickoff, another pooch kick. This one going to be fielded by the Dragons at the 20-yard line, and they're going to say it was fair caught. Luke Jacquemard on the return, but they say he called a fair catch at the 20. Kickoffs powered by Massero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame, this weekend, or any day with queso Massero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Massero, where love is always on the house. So now we get a chance to see this Dragon offense for the first time at its own 20. Angelo Renda comes out with an empty backfield to start. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Geyer, we expect to see a 5-man box most of the time. They bring 6 in now, showing pressure from the edges. Renda out of the gun. Pressure backs off. Renda quarterback draw on the first play, going right up the middle across the 25 to the 27-yard line. Gain of 7.
Excellent job by Riley Dodge, just emptying out the backfield, getting the Dragon offense spread out. It forced Geyer really to have no one in the middle. We said they're going to play 5 in the box. There's only 4. Great job by Angelo Renda taking what he got.
Renda carried 17 times last week. The officials stopped the clock for a second. There were a couple of Carroll coaches outside the 20s. They bring him back in there on the sideline. Christian Glenn into the game at Renda's right. They motion him out to the right. 3 receivers left. Renda, the throw goes over the middle, nearly intercepted. Route was almost jumped by Caleb Fowler, the junior nickel corner. It was intended for Blake Gunter.
Yeah, second time that Riley has done little motion, got Glenn out of the backfield, creating an empty backfield and really trying to spread this Geyer defense out as we start.
Geyer defense up front, Zane Rowe, Kieran Haywood, Xavier Okuno, and Matt DeSantis. The linebacker, Ryder Garcia, as they bring the receivers in a little bit tighter. 2 to the slot each side. Glenn to Renda's right. Glenn keeps it, or they hand it to Glenn. He is brought down in the backfield at the 22-yard line. And a big loss for Carroll on 3rd down, and they will send on the punt team.
I mean, great job by DeSantis on coming off the edge there, beating the block by Carroll, kind of thwarting this counter play. Big stop for Geyer's defense.
Zach Hayes on to punt. The returner for Geyer is DJ Reese, one of the starting wide receivers. Hayes gets the punt away cleanly, end over end. Good one, lands across midfield and will go out of bounds at the Geyer 48-yard line. Wildcats with pretty good field position here again. They started their first drive at the 30. Will start now at their own 49, they actually mark it at. And the Dragons looking to slow down Kevin Sperry.
You saw the flashes of the Dragon defense of being able to shut down Sperry a little bit, but this Geyer offense, they're going to chip away, and then they'll break one here and there. And this is what the Dragon defense has to be aware of and be ready for.
It's a big offensive line, especially at the tackle positions for Geyer. 2 receivers wide to the left, tight end to the right. Take the snap, Sperry keeps it, picking his way up the middle across midfield into Dragon territory, brought down at the 43. Picks up about 8.
Again, Sperry just getting behind his center and left guard. A little zone read as well again, but keeping the in between the tackles. A great pickup by Sperry.
Brought down by Tahalo. Sperry will throw here, pumps once, and looking deep. Has a man in the end zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Mason White got behind the defense. Landon Harrison coverage for the Dragons, and White gets into the end zone for the 10th time this season to put the Wildcats in front 13-0.
You give Sperry a lot of time to throw, and the offensive line did a tremendous job. There was very little pressure, if none, at all there. And you let him sit down in the pocket, coverages can break down. They got him over the top there. Great pass by Sperry. Touchdown, Geyer.
Stinson on for the point after try. It is up and it is through. So with 8:25 to go in the first quarter, it's Geyer 14 and Carroll nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
At AC Pros, we are a family-owned company that has been in business for 27 years in the DFW Metroplex. At AC Pros, we offer air conditioning and heating services, maintenance and sales, and we are a certified trained dealer. Protect against the Texas heat or the cold in the winter with attic insulation, radiant barrier, or window replacement options. Contact us today for a complimentary energy analysis and air quality test. AC Pros, online at acprostx.com. Go Dragons!
Dragons trail 14-0. 8.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. After a two-play 51-yard drive that ended in a 43-yard touchdown reception for Mason White of the Wildcats. Kickoff powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Another pooch kick for Geyer, and it is fielded by Marcus Browse. He returns it across the 30. Looks like that is where they will mark it, to the 30-yard line. So Geyer has not kicked deep yet. They've been going with these pooch kicks each time against Carroll. What do they possibly see that they're trying to do?
They're seeing something there on the left side. That's where they're directing every single kick at. And I think they're ultimately just trying to get it out of the playmakers' hands of Carroll's return guys. There is a lot of speed on the back end for Carroll. You're going to make it difficult for that coverage team.
So the Dragons take over at the 30. Two receivers each side. Renda will throw. Goes left side, has Gunter open across the 40 to the 45 and out of bounds at the 48-yard line of the Dragons. Biggest play of the day for the Dragons and a much-needed first down.
Much-needed first down, and especially starting right out the gates. Great protection by the offensive line. Renda had time to sit out there and just deliver a little corner out route out there to Blake Gunter. Great pitch and catch.
Glenn to Renda's right. Ball on the left hash at the 48 of Carroll. Renda fakes it to Glenn, keeps it, trying to get outside and will slide down across the 50. Kind of gave himself up there. Saw a couple of black jerseys coming at him and went down. Picked up 3 yards to the Geyer 49.
That's good. Again, this Carroll offense, you're not in that mode yet that you have to deliver these quick strikes. Just put yourself in manageable, second and third down situations and let's move the ball methodically down the field.
Picked up 3 on first down. Gunter, the H-back, moving from right to left. Renda going to keep it himself here across the 50, 45, has a little running room, gets through a tackle across the 30, inside the 20, and finally pushed out of bounds at the 17-yard line. Big run for Angelo Renda to get inside the red zone.
We see you, Kevin Sperry, but we'll raise you, Angelo Renda. What a play. The whole Geyer defense just surrounded the Christian Glenn, and Renda just took off. What a run by Renda, showing his athleticism, and getting him out and run is going to be a difference factor for this Dragon offense today.
31-yard gain for Renda on the ground there. Trips left for Carroll, Boyd to the right. Renda looking to throw. Goes Boyd's way towards the near pylon, short and incomplete. In coverage for Geyer was Owen Whistler.
What I love seeing so far, this Dragon offensive line with this defensive line of Geyer, they're doing a really good job in just giving good pass protection, giving Renda time to make these throws. And again, Renda made a throw there only for the Dragon guy to try to catch it just maybe a yard short there on that incompletion.
We see this 5-man box continuing for the Wildcats here on 2nd and 10 from the 17. Renda fakes to Glenn, goes over the middle, has Boyd inside the 5. He goes down to a knee to make the catch and is down at the 3. Another first down for Carroll. It'll be 1st and goal.
I love what they did there. They actually faked a little trap right up the middle. They kept the middle linebacker there holding. They went over the top. Great strike by Renda.
So 1st and goal from the 3. Trips left, Boyd to the right, Glenn in the backfield. Renda takes the shotgun snap. Keeps it himself, trying to bounce it outside, and is going to get maybe a yard to the 2. Fowler on the stop. He's had a couple of big plays for Geyer already, nearly intercepted a pass Carroll's last possession. Second and goal, trips right. One receiver left, it's Knowles. They give it to Glenn, running up the middle, gets behind the offensive line and into the end zone for the touchdown.
Great job by the Carroll offensive line, right behind Kerry Clayton and Nathan Domrocki. Just an inside zone play. They catch the Geyer defensive line in a twisting situation. Great job, great execution. Touchdown, Carroll Dragons.
So on for the Tommy Pennington Compass Group point after try is Gavin Strange out of the hold of Zach Hayes. The snap is down, the kick is up and through. With 6:34 to go in the first quarter, it is Geyer 14 and Carroll 7 on the Dragon Sports Network.
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Macero kickoff off the foot of Gavin Strange, lands in the end zone for a touchback, and Geyer will have it at the 25. Kickoff's powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame, this weekend, or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. Dragons cut into the lead, 14-7 Geyer now with 6:34 to go in the third quarter. Carroll scoring on a 7-play, 69-yard drive that took a minute 47, ended with a 2-yard Christian Glenn touchdown run. 3 receivers very wide to the left for Geyer. Sperry keeping it here on first down is going to be hit after a short gain of about 2. First one there for Carroll. Looked like it was Zach Hayes.
Yeah, I mean, great job by Zach Hayes. You talk about running, what Sperry's doing is running right to the left side, a little outside zone there. And Zach Hayes staying true and staying home and making that play and wrapping him up, not allowing him to make those extra yards.
2nd and 8 here. 2 receivers to the left, H-back to the left side of the formation as well, and a flag flies from the near sideline.
Full start, offense number 5, remaining 2nd down.
False start called on Geyer. Back him up 5 yards. They got DJ Reese, the wide receiver, for the false start there. Well, that puts him behind the sticks, backed up to the Geyer 22-yard line. He's 2nd and 13. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Tight end to the left side of the formation. Sperry will throw here. Under pressure, flushed out of the pocket to the right. Has some running room across the 25-30. Shakes past the defender at the 25 and pushed out of bounds along the Carroll sideline at the 41.
Again, it's always tough, and this is what Sperry brings to this Geyer offense is even in coverage, you have it perfect coverage on the play, and he can still break and make the plays. He's such a dynamic runner, Chris.
Receivers a little tighter to the formation here. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. They keep it on the ground here. Aiden Martins hit immediately and dropped at the line of scrimmage by Robbie Ladd. May have even lost a yard on the play, back to the 40.
Huge play by Robbie Ladd, and him designated there in the middle for this defense today. He's going to have to do that more often than not. Great job on just getting the tackler down or the ball carrier down at first hit, Chris.
It's Aiden Martins in the backfield now for Geyer. They've used kind of a committee of running backs here in the playoffs along with Sperry. Includes Schneider, Martins, Cobbs, Sperry keeps it here on 2nd and 11 across the 45. Dives forward there, going to be brought down by Tahalo.
Again, they're getting back to their bread and butter. This is a power play. They're pulling the right guard, to the left side, between the left tackle and left guard, in that running back. You talk about Snyder and Cobbs. They become that lead blocker for Sperry, and they'll pick up 3 to 5 yards a time. 3 backs in the backfield now. Reese goes in motion to the right. They fake it. Sperry keeps it, lost his footing, and brought down behind the line. Zach Hayes got just enough to trip him up, and with the wet turf, Sperry couldn't regain his footing. Second time this drive with Zach Hayes, and we talked about Zach Hayes a lot during this playoff run. What a playmaker he is on that defensive line. Tremendous job this series by Zach Hayes, staying home and getting the ball carried down at one hit. Great job.
2 plays behind the line of scrimmage for Hayes on that series. Geyer lining up to punt, but has 2 receivers out to the left. Carroll scrambling to get into position. High snap over the head of the punter. It's down at the 15-yard line. He gets drilled. It's loose inside the 15. Carroll falls on it, trying to run with it inside the 10, down to the 6-yard line. Said a special teams play or a turnover could be big in this one, and Geyer loses a ton of yardage. Loss of about 40 on the play.
A little Dragon magic, Chris. We talked about it. Very high snap, way over the punter's head, and then Dragons deliver a big hit on the punter. Looks like he's down right now, but great job on the recovery, putting Dragon offense in scoring position.
I believe it is the punter, Peyton Jund, who is down at about the 20-yard line. He took a big hit from one of the Carroll defenders and is being tended to there at the 19-yard line. So Carroll's offense waiting to retake the field. Ball spotted at the 6, and with the conditions as they are today, talk about the fumble for the Dragons on the opening kickoff, a high snap on a punt, things that could continue to occur over the next 3 quarters.
Well, it's just a little bit of the slick surface. It's the ball, on a fumble, going a little further. It's your footing just not being there quite right. The snaps, maybe putting too much pressure on the ball to compensate for it being wet, making a high snap. A lot of factors what rain brings to the game, Chris.
Jund walking off the field under his own power. Good to see there. But he will be checked on by the athletic training staff along the near sideline after that hit. So Carroll's offense has the ball on the left hash at the 6-yard line of the Wildcats as they return to the field here. Renda with Glenn in the backfield. 2 receivers tight to the formation on the left side. Gunter's also over there as the H-back. Boyd all by himself on the wide right side of the field. On 1st and goal, they keep it on the ground. Glenn up the middle into the end zone behind left guard for the touchdown.
What a block by Trent Wilson. Inside zone handoff to Christian Glenn, getting right behind their all-world left guard, Trent Wilson, going to JMU. Chris, that pancake was gigantic. A little extra syrup on that one, too. Right out of the gates, touchdown Carroll Dragons.
And just like that, the Dragons have answered and trying to tie the game here on the Tommy Pennington Compass Group point after try. Snap is down, Strange's kick is up and through. So with 3:39 to go in the first quarter, might need to buckle up a little bit. Back and forth here, 14-all on the Dragon Sports Network.
Howdy, Dragon fans. This is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing. As a Southlake resident, I understand what winning teams and championships are all about. CLC Roofing is your one-stop commercial and residential roofing provider. We offer roofing, gutter, skylight, and solar options for your home. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair, contact us today to schedule your free roofing inspection. You can visit us online at clcroofing.com or contact my office directly at 817-416-ROOF. That's clcroofing.com or call us directly at 817-416-ROOF. And go Dragons, let's finish.
DJ Reese, Aiden Martin's back to receive the Massaro kickoff from Gavin Strange with 3:39 to go in the third quarter. Martin receives it on the goal line, brings it out, and is going to be brought down at the 20-yard line. Kickoff's powered by Massaro Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Massaro and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Massaro, where love is always on the house. So we saw this a little bit against Friendship in the area round, but the Dragons got down 14 early in that one. Were able to come back with an answer. We talked about being in those situations. Carroll able to come back very quickly here in the first quarter and tie the game. As on first down, Sperry hands to Schneider going up the middle across the 25 and tackled shy of the 30-yard line at the 28.
Yeah, I think, being battle-tested helps. It helps this Carroll, teams overall with the resilience, understand that you can come back. There's no reason to panic. They've done a great job so far. On the flip side of things here, Chris, you're sitting here in a defense that's very similar to what Geyer's doing. We're only leaving 5 in a box, and they're putting a little bit of pressure on that run game from Geyer.
On second down from the 28, they hand it to Schneider again up the middle for the first down, up to the 35-yard line. New set of downs for the Wildcats. So the tight end, Shockley to the right side, 3 receivers right, and Schneider to the right of Sperry in the backfield. They fake it to Schneider. Sperry going to keep it, avoids a couple of hits across the 40, 45, and finally brought down near midfield at the 49-yard line by Landon Harris.
Ethan Fisher came out there on the right side as a rocket, almost tripped up Kevin Sperry. But again, Kevin Sperry, you get him out on his leg, he's pretty dynamic. He gets in that second level. He's hard to bring down.
With the new set of downs, Caden Cobbs enters the game at running back. 3 receivers very wide to the left of the set. Tight end to the right. They give it to Cobbs on first down, picking his way through the middle, and is dragged down by Robbie Ladd after a short gain of about 3.
Yeah, a little zone play here. This is where they're going to live at. Geyer's going to live in between the zone or the power game. A little zone read there for about 3-4 yards.
Give him 4. 2nd and 6 at the Dragon 47. 2 receivers left, tight end to the left, Cobbs in the backfield. Sperry, design quarterback run, trying to look somewhere to go, is going to be hit in the backfield, dropped at the original line of scrimmage by Tahalo. The sophomore getting back there, Ladd to finish it off, and a loss of 4 yards back across midfield.
What a play by Will. Coach Dodge talked about Tahalo a little bit, saying he's just that guy who's everywhere on the field, and he can make plays. And what a play by the young man there on the edge with the very versatile Kevin Sperry. Great job on getting him to the ground.
Sperry just couldn't find anywhere to go with it on that play. 2 running backs in the backfield now. Cobbs will take it on the reverse. Flea flicker here. Sperry looking to throw. Hayes in the backfield. Sperry finds his footing and somehow gets it away across the 40, and it is going to be caught by Sonoris Gray. There is a flag down on the play. But Sperry able to find an opening there. The flag is for an ineligible receiver down the field, as tends to happen on plays that get extended. A lineman can sometimes find himself lost a little too far down the field, and that'll back him up and put him into 3rd and long again.
Well, you saw the Dragon, coaches on the sideline look like they were reading the play from the very get-go, and that's a play Geyer's had success on throughout the year on delivering a big strike.
DJ Black in the backfield, Sperry to throw, had 2 receivers left, has all day here. Rolling out to his right, still has time. Now Davidge chasing him, throws it across the middle of the field and falls incomplete. Intended for Sonoris Gray again. But the late pressure by the Dragons able to force the incompletion.
Yeah, it's a great job by coverage by the Dragons. There wasn't anywhere for Sperry to go. If you can get Sperry to flush out and try to make a throw on the run, that's when he's not as accurate of a QB, and he tends to throw it up, and they've been picked off throughout the season by doing that.
Something to keep an eye on here. Andrew Johnson into punt. The usual punter, Peyton Jund, unavailable, and this one also goes over his head. down inside the 5-yard line. He tried to fall on it, missed it. It's picked up and taken into the end zone by the Dragons. Ethan Fisher recovers it and brings it in for 6. Carroll goes up 20-14.
Talk about that Dragon magic, Chris. Again, another high snap, and just an excellent job on the coverage team for Southlake. Ethan Fisher getting the ball, getting in the end zone, capitalizing on opportunities. Tremendous job by the Carroll Dragons.
So 2 high snaps on 2 punt tries for Geyer, and one results in the ball placed at the 6 for the Dragons. The other one ends in a touchdown. Tommy Pennington Compass Group point after try from Gavin Strange. Out of the hold of Hayes. Snap down, kick up, and it is good. With 48 seconds to go in the first quarter, Carroll 21 unanswered points to go up 7 on Geyer, 21-14 in the Region 1 final on the Dragon Sports Network.
Welcome to Macero Southlake, where American life meets Mexican spirit. Experience our renowned Mexican-inspired dishes, featuring Tex-Mex classics, inventive salads, a variety of seafood, and our award-winning cheeseburger. But save room for dessert, and we offer a wide selection of curated cocktails, over 20 wines by the glass, and refreshing, vibrant mocktails. At Macero, we're more than just food and drinks. We're an entire experience. It's sharing laughter, spending time with family and friends, and creating new memories. Whether you're looking for a pre- or post-game meal, weekend brunch, or any queso craving weekday, join us in the shops of Southlake. Come see why at Macero, everyone's treated like family, and love is always on the house.
So a couple of special teams miscues for Geyer has helped Carroll take a 21-14 lead here in the final minute of the first quarter. The Macero kickoff, end over end off the foot of Gavin Strange, a little shorter this time, fielded by Aiden Martins at the 8-yard line. Running across the 20, falls forward across the American Conference logo to the 26-yard line. It will be marked down. Kickoffs powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, post-game this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. So Geyer's offense takes the field trailing for the first time this afternoon. Sperry with Caden Cobbs in the backfield. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the near left side. Tight end to the right as well. On first down, Sperry play fake, goes over the middle, completes it to Gray at the 40-yard line. That'll move the sticks, gain of about 13.
Again, good protection by Geyer, giving Sperry some time to deliver a little shot on slant route there. A great pitch and catch by Geyer.
Check that, it was DJ Reese, sophomore receiver on the grab. He was their leading receiver this year with 46 catches. Sperry on a new set of downs, will keep it on the ground, hand to Cobbs, plowing forward across the 45, still moving, near midfield, brought down at the 49. Be second and short, but that may be the final play of the quarter as we tick down under 10 seconds here. It looks like it will be. Geyer will not line up to run another play. And after one, it's been a wild 12 minutes. Geyer 14 points to get started. Carroll with the next 21 to lead it 21-14 after a quarter. Second quarter starts after this on the Dragon Sports Network.
This time of year, we're all looking for something, but what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love, and hope, and peace, and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong in and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to in your area, minus the leftist propaganda. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and keep your number, too. Just go to patriotmobile.com/dragons or call 878-PATRIOT. Get free activation today with the offer code DRAGONS.
Start of the second quarter at DATCU Stadium at the University of North Texas. Carroll and Geyer. Dragons lead at 21-14 after 12 minutes. They walked about 2 yards to flip the field. Ball at the 49-yard line of the Wildcats. Now going north to south, left to right in front of us. Sperry hurdles a defender after he takes the snap. That will be first down yardage as the pile falls forward all the way to the 45-yard line, gain of about 6.
And we've seen this a few times here, Chris, where it seemingly the ball carry has been stopped, but then battling for the extra yardage and getting these first downs for Geyer. You know, this one thing the Dragon defense have to lock down a little bit and just bring him to the ground.
So 1st and 10 now from the Dragon 44. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Sperry takes the snap, play fake to the running back, throws over the middle, complete to White, makes a defender miss, gets inside the 10 and into the end zone for the touchdown. Now Mason White scores his 2nd touchdown of the game, and we are an extra point away from being tied at 21.
Get this little RPO and then actually hitting the pass. Great throw by Sperry to White on the slant over the middle. He takes it to the house.
Dragons called for a penalty on the play that was declined by the Wildcats. Official just corrected himself. It will be applied on the kickoff. I believe it's on William Chen. And on for the extra point is Stinson. The snapper for the Wildcats, Rockland Kelly, and the holder, Cameron McMillan. And this one is up and through. So just 34 seconds into the third quarter. Wildcats tie the game at 21. You're listening to the 6A Division II Region 1 Final on the Dragon Sports Network.
Feed Store Barbecue on White's Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Geyer ties the game at 21 after Mason White's 2nd touchdown reception of the day with 11:26 to go in the second quarter. A penalty has moved the kickoff up to the Dragons 45. Little pooch kick here down the right sideline, and it will go out of bounds. It hit off of Luke Jacquemart before it did cross the boundary. The officials huddle at the 16-yard line to see what this call is going to be. It was headed out of bounds, but I don't know that it would have gotten across the boundary without touching Jacquemart before a Wildcat could get there. We await the call.
There's no illegal kick. White touched the ball at the 16-yard line, quarter out of bounds, first down.
So it just goes out of bounds off of Jacquemart. It'll be Carroll ball at the 16.
If you're this Dragon offense here, we're seeing, we can score at will at both of these teams. You got to slow it down at some point and start draining a little bit of this time off the clock. You want to try to avoid, getting in this track meet, too early in this game. Try to get some plays on the ground, drain some of this clock if you're the Dragon offense.
And we know it's something Carroll's capable of. We've seen him put together 5-6 minute drives several times throughout the course of the season. Come out with an empty backfield here on first down. Geyer showing a fifth rusher with 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. They bring 4. Renda throws over the middle, looking for Gunter, caught across the 30 and dragged down across the 35-yard line. Big gain on first down up to the 36 for Carroll.
Another big play to Gunter, and again, this is just Renda sitting in the pocket. Great job of the offensive line, picking up a twist pickup, and then Renda delivering a strike on the slant across the middle to Gunter.
Glenn in the backfield now with 2 receivers each side. First down and 10 from the 36. Renda faked it to Glenn, keeps it himself, trying to get outside across the 40, does, and goes out of bounds. Shy of the 45 at the 42. Good blocking outside by the Dragon receivers.
It's a great job. Chris had me faked out. I thought Christian Glenn had the ball, but great job by Renda on just, executing out that run fake to Glenn and getting it out to the outside. And again, chewing up about 5, 6, 7 yards.
Now 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Empty backfield again. They spread everything way out here. Renda throws to the right flat, complete. First down yardage to Brock Boyd at the 47. That's a first down.
Again, a quick little pass on the right, on the outside to Boyd. Great block by Gunner. And again, Boyd just catching the ball, getting in space and getting upfield, finding the marker and getting the first down. The Dragon offense is being very efficient in this drive.
Did go out of bounds. That did stop the clock. They've only taken about 30 seconds or so off it here on these first few plays. Glenn in the backfield. Send Gunter out to the left. Renda takes the snap. Big hole across midfield. Across the 40 and brought down at the 36-yard line of the Wildcats.
Well, we knew we'd see a little bit more probably counter and power by the Dragons, and great job. You had Wilson there out leading on the power over between the right guard and right tackle, and then Glenn leading up as well, providing a huge hole for Renda on the right side. Great pickup by this Dragon offense.
Renda now 6 carries up to 51 yards on the day. Glenn has scored the 2 Dragon offensive touchdowns, both on the ground. Also gotten 1 on special teams. 2 receivers each side on first down, ball at the 36 on the right hash. Glenn will take it right up the middle. Crosses the 35 before he is stopped at the 33, running into the teeth of this Geyer defensive line.
I really love what Riley Dodge and company are doing right now. You're mixing up a little bit of power game. You're going back to a little bit of a zone. You're keeping them on the heels on this defense on how they're moving and directionally wise. It's a great balanced attack so far.
2nd and 7 at the 33. 2 receivers each side now. Glenn to Renda's left. Just defense spread out again for Geyer. They rush 4 with a little twist. Renda throws over the middle. It's a little bit low, intended for Boyd, and it falls incomplete.
Again, a little twist up front with the defensive line. And again, they're so confident in their defensive line to try to get to the quarterback. Renda stepped up in the pocket. He had an opportunity to run. He tried to deliver a strike there and barely missed it.
Noticing one of the things on the defensive line that you'll appreciate is Kieran Haywood's got that jersey pulled up high.
The belly's breathing, Chris. The belly is breathing. We talked about it in pregame. You got the big guys, got to let it breathe a little bit.
3rd down and 7 for Carroll from the 33. 3 receivers left side, Boyd alone on the right. They've got a safety shaded over that way where Boyd is. Glenn goes in motion to that side. Renda looks that way, looking for Glenn, and a little bit behind him goes out of bounds along the sideline, incomplete.
That was a good read by Renda. He had Glenn there out in the flats going up and streaking. Almost had him there. But big 4th down for the Dragons here. See what they do.
Looks like they're leaving the offense on the field to go for it. A little bit far for a field goal, a little short to punt. So from the 33, Carroll will go for it on 4th and 7. Game tied at 21, 9:17 to go in the second quarter. Trips left, 2 receivers to the right. Empty backfield for Renda. Geyer showing pressure. They bring 5. Renda will throw along the far side, has Boyd. It's going to be close to the first down, and they're going to give it to him right out of bounds, about a half yard past where he needed to be. Great awareness by Boyd to know exactly where the sticks were.
We talk about Boyd in the pregame about how he can get off the line. And it's just a few steps that create that separation. And great little curl route there by Boyd to come back right at the first down marker and then have the awareness to get up the field and make sure he got it. Great play.
First down at the 25. Carroll doing what you said, keeping this drive going, eating a little bit of clock here. 3 receivers left. Glenn gets it on first down, running left across the 25, pushed backwards at the 17-yard line, but good gain on first down for Glenn. Fowler on the stop.
It started out as a zone play to the right behind Kerry Clayton, Nathan Demrocki, and then great job by Trent Wilson on the backside on collapsing it down, and then the vision of Christian Glenn making the cut, hitting backside, getting to the second level. Great job by Christian Glenn.
Trips right on second and short. 3 to go from the 17. Ball in the middle of the field. Play fake to Glenn over the middle for Knowles inside the 5. He's hit at the goal line and into the end zone for the touchdown.
Great protection in Rinda. Just a tremendous job on delivering a strike to 6'5" Brody Knowles on the slant route. And I tell you what, Chris, he used his size to the advantage. There wasn't a way the Gyres defense could have got that ball. Great pitch and catch by those two.
Well, for Knowles, his 7th touchdown reception of the season. It puts the Dragons in front 27-21. And the Tommy Pennington Compass Group extra point coming off the foot of Gavin Strange is through the uprights. Well, by the standards of this game, taking 3 minutes off the clock on a drive is pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's the best drive of the game for the Dragons. Just, I think, execution-wise, and what I love what they're doing, Chris, is they're moving out the defense, finding some opportunities. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute.
8:32 to go in the second. Carroll 28, Geyer 21 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
Dragons lead by 7, 28-21 after the Brody Knowles touchdown reception. Finds the end zone for the second consecutive week here for Carroll. Kickoff powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day. Queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. Kickoff lands in the end zone for a touchback, and Kevin Sperry will lead this Geyer offense back out onto the field after the Dragons score on a 9-play, 84-yard drive that took 2:54. That is the longest drive by either team so far today, time-wise.
I think when you look at it too, Chris, just getting that momentum back and then taking the edge on the score, when you fumbled that opening kickoff, you've kind of put it back in the favor of the Dragons. Obviously Geyer will get the ball at the half.
Carroll trying to stay in possession ahead of them. They can, as Sperry on first down throws wide side of the field to the left across the 30 to the 33-yard line. Pass completed to DJ Reese. Forced out of bounds over there by a couple of Carroll defensive backs, Ethan Fisher among them. Second and short here, 2 yards to go, ball at the 33. Sperry gives it to Schneider running up the middle, trying to pick up the first down. He's got it across the 35 to the 36. 3-yard gain moves the chains.
Again, coming back to that power run game, it was actually a really good job by Jack Van Dorsel on spilling that, but unfortunately they only needed about 1 to 2 yards and they got it. But those are the things the Dragon defense has got to continue to do. Spill these plays and allow these backers and other defenders to come over top.
First and 10 at the 36. Schneider trying to pick his way through, upended after a big gain up the middle by Parker Harris. all the way up to the 44. Geyer, on a lot of these plays, has its receivers extremely wide in the formation. Is that just to kind of spread things out a little more?
Yeah, absolutely. They want everything as spread as possible. They want to keep that power game right in the middle and keep the defenders out of that box as much as possible.
On second and short again, it's Schneider for the third consecutive play, falls forward across the 45 and picks up a first down with a gain of 2.
Again, this Geyer offense, it's not real flashy in terms of what they do, but what they do well, they do it extremely well, and they execute on the power game. And it's a lot of pulling with the linemen and then getting lead blocks out there. And, one play they might only get 1 or 2 yards, but then another one they'll bust it out for 15 to 20.
Schneider comes to the sideline. Caden Cobb's back in there at running back now with the tight end to the left. Cobb's going to keep it now. Makes a defender miss behind the line, but brought down. Ball comes out, and I think Cobbs was able to get back on top of it behind the line of scrimmage at the 44 of the Wildcats. A big hit delivered by William Chen to jar the ball loose.
And great job by William Chen coming in there and jarring the ball. But even more importantly, just putting them in a tougher second down situation. Great job by the Dragon defense. Again, make that initial hit, bring him to the ground.
2nd and 12. Got to get up to the Carroll 44 to pick up a first down. Same set, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left with Cobbs in the backfield. They've moved the tight end over to the right side. Chen showing pressure, now backs it off. Sperry looking to throw. He's going to go deep down the right side, middle of the field, has White again. It's bobbled inside the 10 and falls incomplete. He got behind the Carroll secondary, but just could not hang on.
Sometimes people talk about Sperry being inaccurate, but I tell you what, he threw a beautiful ball there and it hit White in stride. And again, the elements, Chris, a little bit wetness on the ball creates a little bit difficult to make that catch. But, Dragons back end, averted a touchdown-saving play there.
Taven Coons into the game at corner now for Carroll, as White has been a problem for Carroll so far today. 3rd and 12. They send Cobbs out of the backfield to the right side of the formation. Carroll rushes 4. Sperry under pressure. He's hit in the backfield and sacked. A loss of 2 as Davidge and Lucky met at the quarterback for the loss.
They haven't got a lot of pressure today so far, Chris, but what a big play on 3rd down. They collapsed it, and no other than Jake Lucky and Austin Davidge there. Tremendous job on just getting him down onto the ground. Big stop by the Dragon defense.
All right, this is where Geyer has had problems today. Rockland Kelly is the snapper. Punter receives a good snap this time, gets it away. Harris back to receive, calls for a fair catch. It hit off of a Dragon's helmet and is loose at the 30-yard line. A scrum for the ball down there, and it looks like Carroll came up with it. But that hit a White Dragon helmet on the way down. There were 2 Geyer players and 1 Carroll player in front of Harris as the ball was on its way down, and it found the white helmet of the Dragons.
I feel like this is the football follies, Chris. We're seeing plays we haven't seen all year happen, and gosh, that was a little bit of luck on the Dragons to fall on that. You can't plan for that. You don't know that's going to happen. But what a heads-up play by the Dragon return team.
Carroll will take over with 5:18 to go in the second quarter, leading 28-21. A game that has had more excitement than we've seen all year from a ball security standpoint.
Again, I'll say it again, this is another drive where you can suck a little bit out of this Geyer defense, do it methodically. They've done a great job so far.
And before they do, Riley Dodge wants to take a timeout. We'll take it as well with 5:18 to go before halftime. It's Carroll 28, Geyer 21 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Riley Dodge choosing to use a timeout before the Dragons offense starts this next series from its own 29-yard line, leading by a touchdown, 28-21 with 5:18 to go in the second quarter. They come out of the timeout with 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, Glenn in the backfield alongside Renda. Geyer defense spread out as usual. Glenn motions out to the right. Renda throws over the middle, too high and incomplete, intended for Luke Jacquemart. He was under some pressure as he let it go as Zane Rowe got into the backfield.
The first time we've seen a little bit of pressure on Renda and, affected the ball just a little bit. This is the first time we've seen Renda get hit back there in the pocket today. This is a very physical and fast D-line.
It's a line that's held some really good teams to below season average rushing numbers, including Aledo, North Crowley, some non-district games. Jacquemart motions out to the right before the ball is snapped. Renda pumps under pressure, throws over the middle. Boyd goes to a knee and is able to haul it in. Nice catch by Brock Boyd to go down and get it at the 43.
We've talked about other teams being able to extend plays, but we're starting to see that with Renda quite a bit on just stepping up in the pocket. A great progression as a quarterback, and then finding Boyd, and Boyd coming back and making a terrific catch. A great job by this Dragon offense.
Clock ticks under 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. 2 receivers each side. They bring Jacquemart in cross in motion, left to right to left. They get to Glenn on first down, and he is going to be stopped in the backfield. It's Rowe again, the first one there for the Wildcats.
Again, Rowe 6'4", 225, maybe a little bit at close to 6'5". He's got a lot of length, and he can get off that edge, and he can cover a lot of ground really quick, Chris. Excellent defensive lineman, and only a sophomore.
The 7th-rated seventh-rated player in Texas in the class of 2027 by 24/7 Sports, committed to Oklahoma. Geyer shows pressure, brings it. Renda up the middle. There's nobody in the back secondary. He's going to go all the way. Geyer brought the house. There's not a safety deep, and Renda goes 58 yards to the end zone.
What a block by the center, Kerry Clayton, number 51. A great job opening up the middle there, and Renda taking it 50-plus yards to the house. What execution by this Dragon offense.
Perfect play call for the blitz, dialed up by Denton Geyer. And Carroll now up 34-21 with under 4 minutes to go in the first half. Tommy Pennington Compass Group extra point. Gavin Strange knocks it through. 3:58 to go before halftime. It is Carroll 35, Geyer 21 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Angelo Renda goes 58 yards to the house to put Carroll up 35-21 with under 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. He's now at 109 rushing yards on 7 carries today. It's a week after he had 103 against Hebron. Macero kickoff by Gavin Strange is going to go into the end zone once more for a touchback. Kickoff's powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame, this weekend, or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. find us at the shops at Southlake, Macero, where love is always on the house. So the Dragons have opened up a 14-point lead on Denton Geyer after falling behind 14-0 to start this one. The Dragons have outscored the Wildcats 35-7 since that opening stretch. And now into the game at running back for the Wildcats is Aiden Martins. Seen this rotation of backs alongside Sperry all afternoon. Play fake to Martins. Sperry under pressure gets it away and completes it across the middle of the field to DJ Reese for the first down.
Great job by Sperry. Again, we talk about just getting him out there on the perimeter and hitting DJ Reese. They found that connection today just a little bit, but a great job on hitting Reese on the slant route and really a tackle-saving touchdown by the Dragons on the back end.
Reese's third reception of the day, another first down. This one completed to Sonoris Gray along the near sideline. He goes to a knee to haul it in. It is going to be caught right at the sticks, a gain of 10 by Gray for the first down.
Again, we're seeing some tempo by Geyer just getting up to the ball and getting something out here. We've seen this offense very similar to Carroll's, just spreading this defense out just a little bit.
3:14 to go in the quarter. Sperry takes the snap, hands it to Martins, running behind the left guard. Spins out of a tackle at the 40, across the 35, and finally hauled out of bounds by Robbie Ladd at the 32-yard line.
Again, they're staying within almost like RPO type situation where they're just continuing to pull the linemen here, and either they're handing it off or they're hitting a quick strike. Big game by the Geyer on offense.
The tight end Shockley out in the slot to the right now with two receivers each side. Shockley comes in motion at the H-back spot, ball on the right hash. They give to Martins going up the middle, and he picks up a couple before Jack Van Dorsler brings him down from behind.
A great job by Van Dorsler just following down the heel line there to the running back and cutting off there on the backside. That's what Van Dorsler can do a lot for this Dragon defense is, you might not account for the defensive end, but he can do a great job just getting down that defensive line.
Carroll shows pressure here with 7 players up on the line. They back off a little bit now on second down. Sperry gets Martins out in front of him. Hole up the middle across the 20 inside the 15 and spun down there. They'll mark him at the 13-yard line, a first down for Geyer.
Again, just a QB lead there on the left side. You're getting the running back there, Schneider out there to block, being the lead blocker, and Sperry just finds his hole in between the blocker and the left tackle and gets in the second level for the Dragons.
Picks up 19 on the play, and a first down at the 13-yard line for Geyer. Clock continuing to run, 1:40 now to go before halftime. They go tackle over on the left side of the formation. Play fake to Martins. Sperry trying to get outside. Tripped up in the backfield and pushed out of bounds to Hollow. Almost got there. Van Dorsler was able to knock him out of bounds at the 7. Picked up about 6 yards.
Wilt to Hollow there on the outside. Almost had him as well. You just try to kind of contain Sperry a little bit. Inside this red zone, he's a very dynamic runner, and he can find the end zone. I look for Geyer here, really get back to their power game.
It's still Martins in the backfield, Shockley at the H-back. Sperry going to keep it, going to be hit in the backfield and taken down behind the line. Ladd there for the stop, and they lose a couple on the play.
What a stop by Robbie Ladd. It went right back to their power game on pulling their linemen. Ladd just hit it and created havoc in the backfield.
And before this third down play, Reed Heim wants a timeout. We will take it as well with 1:13 to go in the second quarter. It's Carroll 35, Geyer 21 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey Dragon fans, it's Tommy Pennington here with the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Do you think you need to do improvements to sell your home? Start planning today. Inquire about our Compass Concierge program. It's the hottest program in real estate where our broker will pay for the improvements at zero cost to you. Call us today at 817-416-9000 or check us out on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com. So from my Dragon fans to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
Geyer coach Reed Heim uses his first time out here with 1:13 to go before halftime. A big third down play coming up with the Dragons leading 35-21. And the ball at the Carroll 7-yard line. Back at the 9, actually. They can get a first down at about the 3. Different formation here. Reese, the receiver in the backfield, along with Sperry. Trips bunch to the right of the set. Sperry looking to throw. Has some time, now flushed out to the right under pressure, throws it up and will just throw it away out of the right corner of the end zone, and they will send on the field goal unit. Ford Stinson, the kicker, is 13 of 17 on field goals this season. And remember, they've already had a couple of high snaps on punts. Rockland Kelly is also the snapper on field goals. And this is going to be out of the hold of Cayman McMillan. From the right hash, snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. With 1:01 to go before halftime. It's Carroll 35, Geyer 24. You're listening to the 6A Division II Region 1 Final on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
A minute to go before halftime, 35-24 Dragons. And they line two kickers up over the ball. Will pooch it again to the right side of the Carroll return. It's fielded by Bussman with a little bit of room up, or Jacquemart rather. Bounces off a tackle across the 45, gets to midfield. And the kicker, Stinson Ford, is the one who finally drags him down out of bounds along the Carroll sideline. But with 52 seconds to go, the Dragons have plenty of time with the ball at the Wildcats 41.
We've seen the pooch kick throughout the game. Yes, they're trying to keep it away from the playmakers of the Dragons back end. And you see Luke Jacquemart, what he can do with the ball. He's very dangerous. Again, this is a huge opportunity for this Dragon offense. Let's put some more points on the board before Geyer gets the ball in the second half.
Dragons have kind of adjusted their kick return set to get Jacquemart into a position to field those pooch kicks. Two receivers each side on first down. Ball actually at the Geyer 42 with Glenn in the backfield. Boyd goes in motion left to right. They fake a screen to him. Renda tried to keep it. Is going to be hit in the backfield and stopped. Ran right into those big defensive tackles, Kieran Haywood and Xavier Ponu of the Wildcats. Riley Dodge not using a timeout here after a loss on the first down play.
Yep, the Geyer D-line releasing some of that magic of the belly for the lineman, just collapsing that pocket a little bit. The first time they've done it all game.
On second and long, Renda throws, and it is intercepted. Going to be picked off by Jonah Shamey, and he's still running across the 40, down across midfield to the 45. Dragons got to get him. The clock's down to 9 seconds, and finally hit from behind, but a flag comes out on the back end of the play as well. But he returned it all the way into Carroll territory at the 30, and we'll see what this penalty is for. Officials talking things over at about the 30-yard line.
These are always tough, Chris, because these returns, you're putting people in position that don't really block. Most likely, typically, it's blocked behind the back.
Yep.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. 0 of Geyer. It's a 15-yard penalty. Touchdown.
Called unsportsmanlike conduct on Zane Rowe during the return. So that's
a big penalty.
If they were probably on the fringe of field goal range there. Stinson's long is 46. They would have been at the 30, which would have been about a 47-yard field goal, but this backs them way out of it. They're going to have 6 seconds, and the ball at the Dragon 48. Likely one play here before the end of the half. Geyer does get it to start the third quarter. 3 receivers to the right side, tight end to the left. Sperry takes the snap, gets pressured immediately, steps up to the 50, fires it over the middle, and it is knocked down by the Carroll secondary, and that will bring us to halftime. So 1 half in the books here in the 6A Division II Region 1 final, and Carroll responded to an early deficit to take a 35-24 lead after 24 minutes. We have the Feed Store Barbecue halftime show coming up next on the Dragon Sports Network.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy, with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons!
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Steven Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
This time of year, we're all looking for something, but what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love, and hope, and peace, and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
Welcome to Macero Southlake, where American life meets Mexican spirit. Experience our renowned Mexican-inspired dishes, featuring Tex-Mex classics, inventive salads, a variety of seafood, and our award-winning cheeseburger. But save room for dessert, and we offer a wide selection of curated cocktails, over 20 wines by the glass, and refreshing, vibrant mocktails. At Macero, we're more than just food and drinks. We're an entire experience. It's sharing laughter, spending time with family and friends, and creating new memories. Whether you're looking for a pre- or post-game meal, weekend brunch, or any queso-craving weekday, join us in the shops of Southlake. Come see why at Macero, everyone's treated like family, and love is always on the house.
Halftime at DATCU Stadium on the campus of UNT. Carroll and Geyer playing in the 6A Division II Region 1 final. Dragons leading at 35-24. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton. And joined in the booth now by a couple of former Dragons now playing at Georgia Tech, Graham Knowles and Harrison Moore. Guys, thanks for coming up here.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for having us.
I mean, I guess first of all, before we talk about anything else, you guys had a crazy game last week. 8 overtimes against Georgia. What was that like?
You know, it was a tough environment to play in. Georgia, they had a lot of fans there, but we were big underdogs. We went in there, we gave it all, and you know just couldn't pull it out in 8 overtimes. But that's always a tough one. But if anything, that shows what type of team we are, what type of future we're going to have. We're going to be back to the storied Georgia Tech that we all know.
I'm not letting you get away out of your big block on a power play, Harrison. It sent ripples through the offensive line world as a true freshman, doing an amazing job. You pulled around, and I was showing Chris the clip today. You got up so hyped, and it still gives me chills. When it happened, I actually texted Bill, and I go, Bill, did you just see that block by Harrison? He goes, I'm watching it right now. It was an incredible job, Harrison. Great job, and just an incredible experience.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Like you were saying, I was getting fired up. Like we talk about that game all year. That's a game that means a lot to this program, means a lot to Coach Key, means a lot to the older guys, the players, the guys that have played in that game a lot. And so I mean, I could attest me getting hyped up because we've been waiting for that one for a while, and we're definitely gonna have that one circled on our calendar for next year.
Well, that's great. Well, Harrison, you were a lineman for the Dragons last year. Offensive tackle, you made a switch. You were a tight end for a long time, and came in and played in as a tackle. Graham, you were the star quarterback, and you did everything for the Dragons. Tell us a little bit about your career as a Dragon, so just fans at home can kind of reacquainted with y'all both.
Absolutely. I mean, I grew up here. I spent a lot of time watching Dragon greats. I remember watching Kenny Hill as a kid and wanting to be just like him. And, coming through the system, I wasn't always as good of a player as I wanted to be. So, I just kind of stuck to it. Coach Dodge was very crucial in my development. And, it was a lot of hours, a lot of hard work, but, it was certainly pushing towards a goal that I knew was achievable. And obviously every kid that comes through here wants to play quarterback for the Dragons. I mean, it's a historic name to be under. And, credit to the guys that have come before me and Angelo coming after me. They've built such a great legacy for that position. So, I had a lot of fun doing it. And to anyone out there, any young kids, just keep chasing it.
Awesome. Well, Harrison, I'm looking at you right now. It looks like college is doing wonders for you. You're almost taller than Graham now. I mean, what are they feeding you down there? I mean,
they give us a lot of food. They make sure we're well fed. That's one of the big benefits about college football nowadays is there's so much funding. They get you the right weight room. They get you the right nutrition, recovery, all that. And that's been really helpful over the past few months.
We'll talk about, Harrison, let's talk a little bit about some playoff memories. What's one of your biggest memories as a Dragon in the playoffs?
My favorite one for sure was the win against Byron Nelson last year. We all remember they took the district championship from us earlier in the year, and we kind of came together as a team after that game and realized we're going to play them again pretty much no matter what, and we got to be ready for them next time. And we all know how that game ended.
Yeah,
absolutely.
There was a little bit of quiet confidence around the program that week going into it, like you guys just kind of knew what was coming. How did you know that was going to be what happened on the field that week?
I mean, I'd say I remember after that game it was tough because everyone's pretty beat up. Obviously wasn't the outcome we expected nor prepared for. So, we brought everybody in after the game, sat down, and this was without the coaches. It was just all the players because, it meant a lot to all of us. So we sat down. We had a great relationship with everyone on the team. So we were all really able to, look each other eye to eye and be like, hey, this happened. It's not going to happen again. We can't change the past. We can only look forward to the future. And we knew we'd have a chance if, obviously, they did what they needed to. We'd have a chance to play them again in the playoffs. And that was just our sole focus. If we get another chance, we got to show what we can do.
That's great. That's awesome. One thing I know fans out there listening, especially young Dragons who want to go play in the college football world, I love to ask this, and what is it like being a college football player? I know it's all glamorous and we get opportunities. We see you on Saturdays, but what is it like on a day-to-day basis, just walking on campus from the first day, going through game week, studies, all the pressure, especially for you, Graham, as a quarterback? I know that's not easy, and Harrison, I know as an offensive lineman, that playbook is pretty thick. How do y'all balance it, and what's that life like?
For me, certainly there's still a lot of love to the game, but it certainly becomes more a professional approach. It's a lot more hours in the film room. It's a lot more time in the weight room. And, when you get to this level, everyone's focused on one goal. Everyone's around the same athletic ability. There's not really any major differences in that. So really your work ethic is what sets you apart. So a lot of guys, that's really the divider between them. There's a lot of good players, but the difference between the great guys is that they're willing to do the extra mile. And I'd say for Tech, they do a great job of preparing us. We do a lot of work as is, but it's really that extra little bit that you can put in that'll really push you over.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely do a lot of work behind the scenes. Besides just going out on Saturdays and playing football, whether that's in the classroom, in the field, studying for our tests. Like, we're still college students at the end of the day. Like, we're getting a tough degree. Georgia Tech's not an easy place to go to school. But, you know, we have a lot of people that help us out a ton, make sure our schedule's as easy as it can be with as demanding as it is. But it's definitely a lot of work.
It's nice having everyone around you, too, because you can kind of
support staff,
you
right?
can see everyone else going through it, and you got someone to lean on.
Well, awesome. Well, a few questions I have for you real quick. Coolest stadium you've played in so far?
Ooh, for me, maybe not the best college atmosphere, but it was Aviva Stadium to open the year in Ireland against FSU. It was pretty loud, and it was just an all-around cool experience being overseas.
Yeah, Virginia Tech was my favorite.
The Enter Sandman?
Yeah, absolutely awesome.
I would love to go see that someday.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. So you mentioned about majoring. What are y'all majoring in?
I'm majoring in business, and then Harrison's got the more flashy major. I'll let him explain
I'm
it.
doing industrial engineering.
Harrison, well, you can do that. You got the smarts for it. And Graham, I know you do too as a quarterback. Well, you know, just an incredible job, y'all, and we're so proud of you. I know Dragon Nation is too, and you know, we don't get a lot of opportunity to bring alumni back, and thank you for at least coming up here. You know, I got to ask you this, leaving here, what's your hot take on this Dragon team for this year?
Oof, I'll let you start that
Just
one.
watching this last half, I mean, we're not as big or fast as we have been in past years, but, man, these kids want it. They're playing their absolute tails off right now. I mean, we came into this game as huge underdogs. We're up at half, and I expect Dodge to come out here and light a fire under them and keep the pressure on the pedal.
I think it's awesome to see how, like, they weren't really given the respect they probably deserved. A lot of people overlooked them. And, you know, we're out here going toe-to-toe with a great school in Denton Geyer, and right now it's rolling our way, and hopefully we can keep rolling and keep executing, and certainly happy to see this after dropping one to them a couple of years ago.
And for fans out there, Graham's little big brother caught a touchdown already in the first half.
That fired me up.
The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree in your whole family, so just a great job, guys. Thank y'all for being here. We're really proud of you.
Thank you so much for having us.
What are the conditions like out there?
It's cold and rainy. Not a great game to be a quarterback. So a lot of respect to both guys out there battling. Probably a little tough to hold the ball.
Harrison Roberts been talking about letting the belly breathe a lot as an offensive lineman in these conditions.
Yeah, this is. As an O-lineman, these are the games you dream of because it just gets down and dirty in there. You're running the football. Everybody's cold. Every time you hit somebody, it stings a little bit extra. But as an offensive lineman, that's the stuff you love.
You don't overheat as much, Chris, so the engine still goes.
Yeah. You aren't huffing and puffing as much on the 13th play of a drive.
All right, guys. Well, thanks again for coming up here, and good luck in the bowl game.
Thank you.
Wherever you guys wind up. And that we'll continue here on the Feed Store Barbecue Halftime Show in just a moment. Score at the half, Carroll 35, Geyer 24 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Feed Store Barbecue on Whites Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
At AC Pros, we are a family-owned company that has been in business for 27 years in the DFW Metroplex. At AC Pros, we offer air conditioning and heating services, maintenance and sales, and we are a certified Trane dealer. Protect against the Texas heat or the cold in the winter with attic insulation, radiant barrier, or window replacement options. Contact us today for a complimentary energy analysis and air quality test. AC Pros, online at acprostx.com. Go Dragons!
Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to in your area, minus the leftist propaganda. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and keep your number, too. Just go to patriotmobile.com/dragons or call 878-PATRIOT. Get free activation today with the offer code DRAGONS.
The Dragon Den is your home for the best selection of Dragon fan gear in town. We offer many styles and sizes, and we're your Dragon Hat headquarters. 100% of your purchase supports our student athletes in UIL sports grades 7 through 12. We're open weekly during all home football games and most Tuesdays and Fridays 11 to 2. We're everything Dragon. Interested in volunteering with us? We need adult and high school volunteers to work during hours we are open. That's the Dragon Den at Dragon Stadium. Go Dragons!
We continue on the Feed Store Barbecue halftime show. Dragons an 11-point lead, 35-24 over Geyer in the 6A Division II Region 1 final. And Robert, we just got done talking with Graham Knowles and Harrison Moore, Dragons last year, now at Georgia Tech. And just kind of cool to see the progress in such a short period of time that guys can make once they get to that college level.
I mean, you could feel the maturity, just going from high school to college, and not only just mentally but developmentally wise, and what a big-time program can do for you. And I'm so proud of those two for what they're accomplishing and what they're doing. And for fans out there listening, things like Harrison Moore playing as a true freshman on the offensive line, I can't tell you how hard that is to do at the highest stage, and producing and doing well. We talked a little bit to Graham about, just his tutelage under Haynes King as the QB, and just speaks volumes of what he brings to them. And there's a lot of Dragons out there who are playing at the next level and having relatively the same experience. We're just lucky that we caught them on an off week before they had to get back into college and practicing for the bowl games. But two dynamic individuals.
Certainly. Very busy time of year if you're a college football player. You got bowl games coming up. You got finals coming up.
And they're majors. I mean, they're no slouch majors.
No.
They're business and industrial engineer. I don't even know what that means, but I know that means you have to be smart.
And not what you majored in.
No. I didn't really pick a major, Chris, until I had to pick one. And it definitely wasn't my first semester in college.
Well, let's take a look at Monty Clegg's stats from the first half. For the Dragons, 118 yards on the ground, 95 through the air. For the Wildcats, 160 on the ground, 137 through the air. But Carroll has certainly been the beneficiary of some miscues for Geyer on special teams. 2 high snaps on punts led to Dragon touchdowns, and it's part of the reason why the yardage for Carroll isn't quite where it is, because the fields have been so short. But on the ground, it's been all Angelo Renda. 8 carries, 106 yards. Christian Glenn, 5 for 17, but he's got 2 touchdowns on the ground. Renda has 1. Through the air, Renda 9 for 12 for 95 yards. His favorite receivers been Brock Boyd, 3 for 26, Blake Gunter, 2 for 36, and Brody Knowles, 1 for 18 and a touchdown. For Denton Geyer, Kevin Sperry rushing the ball 14 times for 89 yards. It's been Caden Cobbs 4 times for 17 yards, Sterling Schneider 6 for 23, and Aiden Martin 2 for 21. Sperry through the air 6 of 9 for 137 yards and 2 touchdowns. Those both went to Mason White, who's got 88 receiving yards. Those are his only 2 catches. Also 2 catches for DJ Reese for 31 yards, and 1 for Sonoris Gray for 10 yards. But really, all that offensive stuff aside, it's been the special teams where this game has kind of had its ebbs and flows.
We talked about it not only as one of the key to the games, but also what separates these programs, and it's doing the little things, right. And obviously, Geyer can't always control the elements, and the snaps are kind of fluke things, but it's then taking that opportunity and capitalizing on it. And Carroll's doing a great job, and that's what they do. Now they've had some misfortune as well. They had a fumble. They almost had a a punt return that was bounced off a return man's helmet, and luckily they got it back. But I think it's going to come down to those little fine points, Chris. I mean, these are two pretty evenly matched teams.
Let's take a look at some of the other scores going on around the state right now. The winner of this one plays the winner of Longview and DeSoto, and DeSoto, in search of a three-peat, believe it or not, trailing right now 20-7. That game in the second quarter, so Longview trying to upset the Eagles in that Region 2 final. Other games at the 6A level going on right now. North Crowley leading Allen 28-0 in the third quarter. Appear to be on a collision course with Duncanville in the state semis at 6A Division I next week. Duncanville leading Cy Bridgeland 24-13, and that would be one to really watch next week. North Crowley and Duncanville going head-to-head.
Those are the two juggernauts, two heavyweights. You've heard about them all year long. I think their combined signing classes are probably 26 players, I would imagine. No, but in all reality, those two programs, and you've kind of seen North Crowley from a distance over the years continue to make that jump. And, they're going to have that opportunity most likely next week versus Duncanville.
Also at the 6A level, Galena Park North Shore just got by Atascocita 46-45, the final in that one. And here locally at the 5A level, Denton Ryan giving Aledo all it can handle. Ryan is up 24-21 in the fourth quarter over Aledo, which has really been kind of the class of 5A for a long time now.
Oh, absolutely. Again, you talk about the Blue Bloods, 5A, and they are. But, Denton Ryan, they're always a stout program. You talk about, Geyer coming on the scene in 2005. Back in the 90s, Geyer was a pretty darn good football program as well. And then you have some transition, once Geyer came. But they're a program that's always there, and I tell you what, they're giving Aledo every bit today.
And Ryan almost beat Aledo in the regular season. It took a frantic comeback by the Bearcats late in the second half of that one to overcome Denton Ryan the first time they met in district play. And it's also an Aledo team that was on Geyer's schedule this year. They opened with them and just won 35-30. Geyer played a tough non-district schedule. Aledo and North Crowley both in the mix before they started District 6-5A play. But also there are some Dragons playing in some conference championship games today going on, as we know today. How are things looking over there?
Well, you have Georgia and Texas right now, and Quinn Ewers and company up 3-0. You have Penn State tonight, and with Addison Penn, offensive lineman, and then you got Clemson and SMU, RJ Maryland, and then RJ Mickens. That should be a game tonight, for the Mustangs and the Tigers.
Of course, locally here, everybody will be rooting for SMU to continue this storybook season and find a spot in the college football playoff.
Oh, Chris, I love your love for TCU, and I love TCU. Some days
it is cool.
But any Texas team that has an opportunity that is going to succeed always has backing, on my end. But it's pretty awesome to see SMU. I think I heard something this morning that they played in 3 different conference championships, I think, over the past 4 years for different conferences. Okay. I think Conference USA,
the American,
and then the American, and then now ACC, which is pretty incredible.
And then, of course, Big 12 championship game was earlier today, but Big 12 may only get one team into this playoff. Boise State's going to end up with one of these byes instead of a Big 12 champ. So, obviously not – the Big 12 geography has expanded, but still very Texas-centric with Baylor, TCU, Tech, Oklahoma State. So
it's gonna be a fun, as the playoffs have expanded, it's gonna be neat to see all the teams in there and the opportunities like the Boise States and even if SMU can get past Clemson tonight, it's nice to see those teams getting opportunities.
Well, certainly lots to watch tonight when we get done with this one. But first, we got another half of football to go here in Denton. Carroll leading Geyer 35-24 at halftime.
of the 6A Division II Region 1 Final. We will have the start of the third quarter when we come back on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak, and another asked for a Feed Store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for Feed Store burn ends. Yeah, Feed Store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Hey Dragon Nation, it's Tommy Pennington with the Tommy Pennington Realty Group at Compass. Like you, I'm fired up about supporting my Carroll Dragons each year on and off the field. We want the best for our kids, and that's why we're all Dragons. I'm a longtime Southlake resident that knows the real estate market and knows how to get great results. Like your kids, you deserve the best too. Call us today at 817-416-9000. Check us out on the web 24/7 at calltommy.com. So from my Dragon family to yours,
calltommy.com. Go Dragons!
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Howdy, Dragon fans. This is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing. As a Southlake resident, I understand what winning teams and championships are all about. CLC Roofing is your one-stop commercial and residential roofing provider. We offer roofing, gutter, skylight, and solar options for your home. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair, contact us today to schedule your free roofing inspection. You can visit us online at clcroofing.com or contact my office directly at 817-416-ROOF. That's clcroofing.com or call us directly at 817-416-ROOF. And go Dragons, let's finish.
We are just about ready for the start of the third quarter from DATCU Stadium on the campus of UNT here in Denton. Carroll and Geyer going at it. Dragons leading 35-24. Geyer is the home team. We're really just a few miles from Geyer High School, which is in South Denton, just before you cross over into Corinth. But they have been one of the best programs in the area almost since the school opened in 2005. The winner of this one will play the winner of Longview and DeSoto in the state semifinals next week. And Longview leads DeSoto right now 20-7. That game is in the second quarter. DeSoto, of course, in search of a three-peat at 6A Division II as Carroll retakes the field here in the third quarter. One of the major storylines coming into the year was DeSoto and Duncanville both in search of three-peat at the 6A level. But DeSoto has all it can handle right now, and Duncanville, if it gets by Cy Bridgeland today, will certainly have a test on its hands against North Crowley next week.
Oh, absolutely. The matchups that, we mentioned the juggernauts of them two playing and the athletes that will be on the field. You see a lot of guys come out of these programs and excel at the next level quickly, just like Colin Simmons out of Texas who plays defensive end. He's having a banner year. Just a lot of great football in the upcoming weeks.
Rain has started to fall a little bit more, it would appear, here as we get set for the start of the third quarter. Still chilly out there in the low 50s at 4 o'clock on a cold Saturday here in North Texas. Oh, keys. Let's can we revisit Robert's keys to the game here as the third quarter is about to get started?
So we looked at the first one to shut down number 9. I think more than shutting down is just containing number 9. Then second level run game. I think we've seen that on the end of Christian Glenn at times, and then Angelo Rinda, and then create the turnovers. We see the turnovers just in the punting game against Geyer. And I think ultimately what this Dragon offense and defense has to do, they're doing it right. The offense is spreading them out, finding opportunities in the middle. The defense at times is slowing down, the Geyer offense it's got to keep tackling and taking them down at the first hit.
Each team has also had fumbles that they recovered on their own, one each. So it's been tough to hang on in these wet conditions today as we get set for the second half. Kickoff powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake, Macero, where love is always on the house. Geyer gets the ball to start the third quarter, and Gavage strains, shoots it through the back of the end zone for a touchback. And now we will get a chance to see what sort of adjustments each side makes out of the locker room here at halftime. As Carroll defense gave up 14 quick points to Geyer in the first quarter, but settled in a little bit and started to contain Sperry, as Robert said, as the half wore on. So first down and 10 from the 25. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. They bring Gray in motion right to left. And on first down, they fake it to the running back. Sperry, trying to get outside to the right, is going to be pushed out of bounds after a gain of about 1. Ladd and Van Dorsler giving chase. Picked up a yard.
Again, just trying to contain Sperry as much as possible. You got to corral him, and great job. You saw White Hats just corral Sperry here. You're going to have to do that just to slow him down a little bit.
Caden Cobbs, the running back in there for this first series of the quarter for the Wildcats, and they give it to him on second down and 9. Going to be brought down by Zach Hayes, running left side after a gain of 3 to the 29-yard line.
Again, not a big game for the Geyer offense, and a great job of that Carroll defensive line. Geyer, again, going to his power game. Jake Lucky came through the line and really disrupted in the backfield. Great job on knocking these Geyer's blockers off their path just a little bit.
3rd and 6 from the Geyer 29. 2 receivers to the right, tight end to the right as well, run receiver left. Cobbs in the backfield alongside Sperry. Sperry keeps it himself, running behind right guard, gets enough for the first down across the 35 and falls forward to the 38-yard line.
Again, simulation of that power game. He takes a cut back on that where the opportunity was in the defense. Again, Sperry, you give him a little bit, and he's going to get those 7-8-yard runs.
Carroll subbing some defensive linemen in and out, keeping fresh legs on the pass rush, trying to contain this Florida State commit at quarterback for the Wildcats. Charlie Roberts checks in at the right defensive end position for the Dragons. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right, ball at the 38-yard line. Sperry will keep it again, running behind Cobbs. Big hole up the middle across the 45-50. Changes direction, cuts back towards the numbers. Still on his feet inside the 35 and finally brought down by Parker Harris at the Carroll 33.
Again, you're just looking at a QB power run there off to the left side. Sperry saw something, redirected running back on the other side of him to become the lead blocker. It caught the Dragon defense at a disadvantage.
Trips right wide to the right with the tight end to the left side of the formation. Sperry running behind Cobbs again. Gets a block across the 30 down near the 26-yard line of the Dragons. It'll be second and short.
We talk about Cobbs, you know, he hasn't, you know, been a lot of factor in the playoffs, but his blocking ability and what he's done for this run game and not being the guy running the ball. He does a really good job of getting out there and setting the lane for Sperry.
They look at their numbers from last week's win over Crowley. It's like fewer than 5 carries each for Cobbs, for Martin. They're in there to block a lot of the time. This time Cobbs does get it, running right side, gets across the 25 to the 24, and they're going to move the chains there. Picked up a couple of yards.
Yes, a little zone there hitting the backside on the right side of the offensive line. Again, we talk about this Geyer offensive line. They're mammoth. They're 6'3", 300 right guard, 6'6", 320 right tackle.
1st and 10, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Sperry keeping it again, running behind Cobbs, but one of the defensive linemen able to break free. It was Hayes again. Who else would it be to drag Sperry down to the line of scrimmage?
You talk about using your hands well and putting pressure on the left tackle for Geyer. Great separation by Zach Hayes on just at the last moment, being able to pull away from the offensive lineman and getting Sperry to the ground. Playmaker is let's start calling Zach Hayes just Mr. Playmaker, because that's what he does.
He's been playing right end for the most part as they've shifted Davidge inside the tackle where he played a year ago alongside Jake Lucky. Tight end to the left, 2 receivers right. Sperry keeps it again, running behind Cobbs, cuts it back towards the center of the field to the 19. It'll be 3rd and 7 here, 3rd and 6 upcoming for the Wildcats.
Good job by Lucky playing that one technique on holding up the center, getting Sperry, and then Davidge finishing off over the top. And I think you make those adjustments. You put Davidge at that 3 technique, Chris. He gives a little more speed there on his first step, you know, to get around these blocks, creates a little bit more pressure on this offensive line.
A big 3rd down play upcoming for this Dragon defense. Can they keep Geyer out of the end zone here on its first possession of the 3rd quarter? 3rd and 6 from the 19. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Sperry looking to throw. Under pressure, going to be hit in the backfield and sacked. Jake Lucky was the first one there for the Dragons before an envoy of white helmets was there to finish the play.
Guy wide, Chris, get in on it. And great job by Jake Lucky. We talked about in this this first drive for this Dragon defense, you know, disrupting the play. He was the first man there, and what a job he did in getting pressure, putting a 4th down situation for Geyer now.
They were probably in field goal range before on 4th down. Now they've been knocked out of it. It is 4th and long, and before they run a play, Reed Heim is going to take his first time out of the second half. We'll do it as well. 7:05 to go in the 3rd quarter. Carroll 35, Geyer 24 in the 6A Division II Region 1 final on the Dragon Sports Network.
This is Dr. Mark Greenberg, team physician for the Carroll Dragons. All-Star Orthopedics is proud to be the official sports medicine providers of Dragon Athletics. Our 8 board-certified orthopedic specialists offer surgical as well as non-surgical treatments for a full range of orthopedic injuries and conditions, with on-site imaging and physical therapy, along with best-in-class outpatient and inpatient surgical facilities. You can trust that we will be there with you every step of the way. Let us get you back in the game.
Fourth and 16 for Denton Geyer out of this timeout, trailing by 11, 35-24, with 7:05 to go in the 3rd quarter. Reed Heim talking it over with his offense before they go back onto the field. The offensive coordinator, Blake Joseph, was a quarterback's coach here at UNT before going over to Geyer. It's been a 5-minute drive for the Wildcats, longest of the game for either team. 3 receivers right, tight end to the left. Sperry takes the snap, fakes it to the running back. Under pressure again, Van Dorsler gets there and brings him down near midfield. A huge loss on 4th down for the Wildcats. And the Dragons will take over at their own 44-yard line.
Van Dorsler was putting pressure on the right tackle, and he was making an inside move that caused Sperry to flush out of the pocket. And then a big thanks to the Geyer right guard, who then chipped Van Dorsler right into the quarterback, creating the sack. Big play by the Dragon defense.
Well, actually going to be the Dragon 40, so a few fewer yards, but a huge loss on both third and fourth downs for Kevin Sperry. And the Dragons looking to land a huge punch here on this series. Renda trying to run it himself, finds himself under pressure and just goes down in the backfield, and was one of those defensive linemen getting in there and making the stop. Matt DeSantis for the loss of 4 on the play.
Again, the Carroll still coming out, trying something a little bit different. They don't do a lot. Came with a counter there, and probably should have gave it to Christian Glenn there up the middle. He had a little bit of room. Angel decides to keep it himself, just ran out of room to run.
Clock ticking now, under 6.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. The 2nd and 14 at the Dragon 36. They've got to get to midfield for a first down. There was a bunch of movement before the ball was snapped. This is likely going against Carroll. Little feedback on the in-stadium mic there. That'll move the Dragons back 5 more yards to the 31. 2nd and 19 now. They come out with an empty backfield. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. They're stacked over there. Renda throws to the right side, completes it along the line of scrimmage to Jacquemart, who goes out of bounds along the Carroll sideline.
Renda's pass complete to 4, Luke Jacquemart. Yeah, trying to get Luke Jacquemart in space, a little pop pass there. Just trying to get some type of movement, with Boyd out there blocking. Jacquemart, we talked a little bit about his speed and what he can bring as kind of like that slot guy, and he can break it open. Just got to give him a little bit more room.
Picked up 4 there. Now 3rd and 15 from the 35. Glenn back into the backfield now. 2 receivers each side for Carroll. Renda gives to Glenn, trying to find a little running room, picking his way through the line, gets up to the 40 and the 41-yard line. It'll be 4th and 9. Unlikely time to punt for Carroll.
Yeah, Carroll got behind a little bit of penalties in the first, the first down loss. But again, shooting some clock off. Punt is obviously the right decision here, but you got to play a little field position with Geyer as well.
After the first half we saw, if you told me we'd go 7 minutes of game time without anybody scoring, I would not have believed you. Hayes takes the snap and gets the spiraling kick away. It is fair caught at the 27-yard line by DJ Reese, and the Geyer offense will take back over there.
We saw in the last drive with the Carroll defense, did a really good job on just keeping Geyer in front of them and then tackling and making some big plays. And they've got to continue to do that. They can't allow Geyer receivers, to get a step ahead of them, and they've got to contain Sperry. He's going to get some yards, but you got to put him in those third in longer situations. It's difficult for Sperry at times if we can get a pass rush to deliver a strike.
Martin's in there at running back now. Shockley moves from left to right at the tight end spot, and they give it to Martins here on first down. Has some running room across the 35. Is going to be tripped up and brought down outside by Ethan Fisher. Nice one-on-one tackle in open space by the senior corner.
It's a difficult spot to be at for Ethan Fisher, just hanging out there in no man's land, and you're the only one left. Before a touchdown. Great job by Ethan.
It was enough for a first down. Gets it up to the 33-yard line of the Wildcats. First down there. They give it to Martins again, trying to cut it back into the middle. Spins out of a couple of tackles and is up to the 45. Back-to-back carries for Aiden Martins. He's 2nd and short for the Wildcats here.
Again, these guards are so active for Geyer. You've got to catch them in that pulling, and you've got to spill it a little bit if this is Dragon D-line.
This time Sperry running behind Martin is going to be dragged down from behind, running right side by Marcus Browse. Going to be close to the first down marker, but I think they're going to spot it about half a yard short. It'll be 3rd and 1. 3rd, maybe less than a yard at the Geyer 47.
Keep turning this clock. Get this time off the board.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Sperry trying to run. He's hitting the backfield and stopped behind the line of scrimmage again. It's Browse, Hayes, and Harris, the first 3 in there for the Dragons.
We just talked about what you have to do on these plays with these pulling guards. You have to spill it. They did a great job of just creating havoc here in the backfield and shutting down that running game. That was a big play on a very, 3rd and just a yard or 2. 4th down, and again, making the Geyer offense punt the ball for the 2nd time. Great job by the Dragon defense.
Wide splits here for the Geyer punt team. It's blocked. Ethan Fisher got in and blocked it. He picks it up and is going to walk into the end zone for a Dragon touchdown. 41-24, Carroll.
You talk about doing the little things extraordinarily right, and the Dragons are coming up huge on special teams tonight. What a block by Ethan Fisher, but then actually to pick it up and take it to the end zone. Tremendous job by the Dragons defense and special teams.
3:05 to go in the 3rd quarter, and Carroll now putting a little bit of distance between itself and Geyer, looking to go up 18 here after the extra point.
And this is tough, Chris. If you're a Denton Geyer team, they don't respond all the time well with being behind. And this is what Carroll wants to do. They want to lean on them, build that lead like you mentioned. It's going to be tougher and tougher for Geyer to come back, especially with how their offense is designed.
Tommy Pennington Compass Group point after try by Strange is good. 3:05 to go in the 3rd. It is now Carroll 42, Geyer 24 in the state quarterfinal matchup on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HearstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Carroll takes an 18-point lead, 42-24, late in the 3rd quarter. 3:05 to play here in this 3rd after the blocked punt, scoop, and score by Ethan Fisher. Kickoff's powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. Strange to kick it away. Reese and Martin back to receive for Geyer. And he will fire this one out the back of the end zone once more for a touchback. Carroll has, for the most part, just not wanted to deal with the kick return of the Wildcats so far today. And Geyer will start at the 25-yard line, but down 18 now with 15 minutes of game time to go. We haven't seen Geyer go to the air a ton so far today. Sperry 6 of 9 for 137 yards.
Yeah, it's not their specialty, and it's not what Sperry does great. He's a heck of a quarterback, but again, with this offense, they're going to have to open up and get the ball down the field a little bit.
2 receivers right, 1 to the left. This is going to be their first pass attempt of the half, and it's broken up. It was intended for Reese over the middle, but there to knock it away for the Dragons was Austin Bussman.
Another near turnover created by the Dragons. They were almost there on that interception. And again, you've got to put Sperry in these situations. At times he can be a little inaccurate with his throws, but forcing him to get the ball down the field and knowing that's going to happen, it's a tough task for Sperry.
2nd and 10 at the 25. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Sperry will throw again. Has time.
Throws it up down the middle, looking for White, through the hands of Ethan Fisher. Nearly intercepted. Laid on the turf momentarily in a snow angel pose for a moment in frustration, but gets up and jogs back down the field. Back-to-back plays on which Carroll could have come away with a pick.
Yeah, great job by the back end of the Carroll defense. But I tell you what, Zach Hayes, he was applying some pressure there on the right side, and he got to Sperry just a little bit there. Didn't allow him to actually step into the throw. But again, this Carroll defense, they're finding something here and getting to the quarterback.
Zephyr Cry into the game at quarterback. They've got Sperry in the slot. Cry tried to pitch it to Cry. It's picked up by the Dragons. It's Zach Hayes walking into the end zone for a touchdown. Geyer tried a trick play, brought the backup sophomore quarterback in and tried to flip it to Sperry, running a reverse, and it was knocked away by the Dragon defense. Hayes picks it up and goes into the end zone for a touchdown. That is the third defensive or special team touchdown for Carroll today.
We talk about this, Chris. Geyer trying to do too much, trying to get too fancy. And Zach Hayes, Mr. Playmaker of this Dragon defense, he is there, disrupts it, takes it to the end zone. Just a great job by the Dragon defense.
Carroll now up 48-24. The Tommy Pennington Compass Group point after by Gavin Strange is good. Just 17 seconds of game time after Geyer took over. The Dragons are the ones back in the end zone. 2:48 to go in the third. Carroll 49, Geyer 24 on the Dragon Sports Network.
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
(49-24), the Dragons 14 unanswered points to start the third quarter, and none of it by the offense. 1 on special teams, 1 on defense. The Massaro kickoff is dropped by Aiden Martins inside the 5. He picks it up running across the 10-yard line and dives forward to the 15. And Geyer will take over there with this lead getting a little bit tougher and tougher to overcome. Kickoff's powered by Massaro Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Massaro and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Massaro, where love is always on the house. So, Robert, the last play that this Geyer offense ran, they brought in the backup quarterback, tried to flip it to Sperry running behind him, and late in this game, the lead was not insurmountable before, but now it's a 25-point Dragon lead.
It's tough. You got to question, out of all moments of the game, why would you choose to do that? You have a quarterback who's there committed to Florida State, get in the pocket and deliver some strikes down the field to move it. The gadgetry, doesn't really work. So it's a questionable call, at this time of game.
On first down, Sperry up the middle for 5 yards to the 20. 2:16 to go here in the third. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Sperry fakes the handoff to the running back. He's going to take a shot down the left side of the field. Man has a step. It's Reese. Caught in stride across the 30 inside the 20, and he will go into the end zone for a touchdown.
And as we talk
Just
about,
like you were talking about,
you have Sperry. He's committed to Florida State. He's a great prospect, and he can throw. You got to give him some time. And again, gets it down the field to Reese, which they've had connected today, throughout today at times. And that's what Geyer's going to have to do. They have to push the ball down the field.
An 80-yard touchdown strike from Sperry to DJ Reese, the sophomore wide receiver, makes it 49-30 Carroll. A 2-play, 85-yard drive. Didn't take a lot of time off the clock. And the extra point try by Ford Stinson
is good. 2:02 to go in the third quarter. Carroll 49, Geyer 31 in the state quarterfinals on the Dragons Sports Network.
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Third passing touchdown of the day for Kevin Sperry puts Geyer back to within 18 of the Dragons, 49-31 with 2:02 to go in the third. The onside kick here coming for Geyer, and this one doesn't go 10 yards. A Geyer player leveled a Carroll returner who was trying to receive it, and then it took a Dragon bounce backwards towards the Wildcat side of the field and didn't cross the 50.
I mean, is what they had to do. I mean, they had to do something about onside kick. Maybe the Dragons, I don't know, their alignment maybe should have been a little bit more prepared for it. But at the same time, you've got to let the ball go 10 yards, and you just can't knock out the guy.
Kickoffs, including onside ones, are powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. A couple of flags came out on that play as well. We await the call.
Illegal block on the kicking team, number 13, 10-yard penalty, first down.
10-yard penalty for an illegal block on Geyer. Goes against Grant Hatfield. And Carroll will start with great field position here. They're going to put this at Geyer's 36-yard line. Dragon offense. Coming back out. One of the Geyer coaches is almost to the hash mark trying to talk to one of the officials. And now finally backpedaling over to the Wildcat sideline. I don't know if he had an issue with something that was called on that onside kick try. The teams are lined up, ready to go.
Well, he's lobbying.
And on the opposite side, Riley Dodge chatting with one of the officials as well. Now both coaches get back outside the field of play, and we are set to go with 2:02 in the third. Glenn lined up behind Renda here, not a formation we see often from Carroll in the pistol. Now they move him off to the left side, two receivers to each side of the formation. Renda's going to keep it on first down, trying to get outside across the 30, 25, tackled there with first down yardage. They'll spot him at the 24.
You love these little zone reads that they're doing. And I tell you what, they're getting the influence of the offensive line to step into the right, being really physical, and then Renda's is keeping it, getting off the backside. It's just a tremendous job by this Dragon offense today. Great game plan versus this Geyer defense.
Empty backfield on 1st and 10 from the 24. Ball on the left hash, 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Renda throws left side looking for Boyd, gets a block out there and will step out of bounds at the 20-yard line. Blake Gunter sprung him for a few yards.
Chris, I think one of the biggest surprises just of this game, on my eyes watching film throughout the week is just, neutralizing this Geyer front. It really hasn't been very relevant all game, and this Carroll offensive line has really stepped up and applied a lot of pressure on this D-line and done a tremendous job. And the wrinkles with Renda, it's been a great game plan.
3 defensive linemen with likely Division I players, 2 already committed, 1 Kieran Hayward who probably will, but just a sophomore now. A quarterback draw on second down. Renda loses his footing and gains just a yard to the 19.
Again, a little wet turf casualty there. But again, getting a reasonable third down for the Dragons. I think walking away with any points here in this drive, Chris, is a big plus for Dragons.
The officials asking the play clock to be reset here with 52 seconds left in the third quarter. It is 3rd and 6. Ball spotted actually closer to the 20 than it was the 19. 2 receivers each side. Glenn to Renda's right. They will fake the handoff to Glenn, give it to Renda, keeps it across the 10, inside the 5, tripped up just enough at the 4-yard line, but plenty for another first down, and Carroll will have 1st and goal and likely will not run another play before the fourth quarter.
Again, this zone read by Renda, just reading what the back end does. They're crashing down. He keeps it. And a great block on the perimeter by Blake Gunter. And I guess, Renda being an athlete, we talked about his running capability. It is on full display tonight.
13 carries for 129 yards for Angelo Renda through 3 quarters. And Carroll will have 1st and goal when the fourth quarter begins, leading 49-31 in the 6A Division II state quarterfinal on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Steven Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
The Dragon Den is your home for the best selection of Dragon fan gear in town. We offer many styles and sizes, and we're your Dragon hat headquarters. 100% of your purchase supports our student athletes in UIL sports grades 7 through 12. We're open weekly during all home football games and most Tuesdays and Fridays 11 to 2. We're everything Dragon. Interested in volunteering with us? We need adult and high school volunteers to work during hours we are open. That's the Dragon Den at Dragon Stadium. Go Dragons!
Carroll leads 49-31 as we get set to begin the fourth quarter and has a 1st and goal from the Geyer 4-yard line as we switch sides over to the south end zone. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Glenn in the backfield. Renda gives to Glenn, gets through 1 tackle, gets across the line of scrimmage and picks up a yard to the 3.
Good hard-fought battle by Glenn, just turning his feet, almost making it to the end zone, getting in there off the left side of Luke Wilson and Trent Wilson.
He's already got 2 rushing touchdowns today. Renda is the leading rusher with more than 130 yards on the ground for Carroll. 2nd and goal from the 3. 2 receivers left, Boyd to the right, Gunter lined up as an H-back on the right side of the formation. Gunter goes into the slot right. They give it to Glenn again, running up the middle and stopped inches shy of the end zone. It'll be 3rd and less than the length of a football for Carroll.
Chris, this is big belly weather at its finest. Get behind these big guys up front and punch it in, and they're relying on this front for Southlake here in this drive.
2 receivers each side on 3rd and goal. Renda, Glenn leaps over the line into the end zone for a touchdown, his 3rd of the day, and it puts Carroll in front 55-31 a minute into the fourth quarter.
Tremendous job by Christian Glenn, just taking off a yard in the backfield, over Trent Wilson and Kerry Clayton and make it into the end zone, giving the Dragons a touchdown. I tell you what, you got to love this offensive line on pressing this defensive line this whole drive. Great job by Christian Glenn punching it in.
Gavin Strange on for the Tommy Pennington Compass Group point after try. And he converts it with 10:56 to go in the fourth quarter. It is Carroll 56, Geyer 31 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Dragon fans, Tommy Pennington here. Like the Carroll Dragons, my team understands it takes great fans to be a winner. I want to personally thank all of our Tommy Pennington Realty Group fans for their loyalty and ongoing support. It's because of you we continue to support our Dragon organizations every year. Please remember, we love helping Dragon families with all of their real estate needs. I'm here to give you the best advice and to help you anytime. My Dragon fans would tell you,
Call Tommy.com. Go Dragons!
Dragons extend the lead to 56-31, a minute and 4 seconds into the fourth quarter. Kickoff's powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend, or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. Dragons score on a Christian Glenn touchdown run to cap a 7-play, 64-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 6 seconds off the clock. Strange kicks off, and this is going to be fielded by Martins at the 5-yard line, running left, trying to cut it back middle of the field across the 20-yard line. Is going to be brought down at the 23. Well, Geyer took a 14-0 lead in this game, and since then, Carroll has outscored them 56-17.
Wow.
Carroll got a little bit of help, probably from a momentum standpoint. 2 bad snaps on punts on consecutive series for the Wildcats. As on first down, Sperry looking to throw, chased from behind, flushed out to the right, directing traffic. Going to be hit at the 20 and runs out of bounds. May have gotten back to the original line of scrimmage or lost a yard.
We talked about Austin Davidge being on that 3 technique, and he just beats the right guard, or the left guard, so to speak. Puts the pursuit on Sperry and then finishes the play in chasing down Sperry. Great job by Austin Davidge.
Martin in the backfield. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Shockley to the left of the formation. Sperry drops back, has a pocket, throws over the middle, and it is incomplete. A flag going to come out here. Was looking for Reese. Landon Harris got tangled up with him. The ball was fairly high. Dragon sideline arguing that it was uncatchable.
It almost like it was, inadvertent touch. And not to be a Dragon homer, but that's a little questionable.
Not to be a Dragon homer, but
I am a Dragon homer.
Exactly. 1st and 10 at the 37 after the penalty. 1 receiver left, 2 to the right. They send Martin in motion to the left side of the formation. Empty backfield. Sperry looking to throw. Gets rid of it quickly, looking over the middle and just over the outstretched hand of Sonoris Gray, falling incomplete.
He got the matchup he wanted with Gray in a 1-to-1 matchup. And I think, a little bit what Sperry struggles on at times is just that little touch on the ball on some inaccurate passes. He has a man that maybe has a step on the Dragon defender and hasn't been able to deliver sometimes. Other times, he looks great.
2nd and 10, 2 receivers left. Sperry getting behind the running back, spins out of a tackle at the 40, down to the 45-yard line. It'll be 3rd and short.
Again, Geyer doing what Geyer does. Great job on collapsing the defensive line on this power game and coming around. And again, Sperry just following his caravan, for 8 yards.
They've kept the ball in his hands more often than not today. 3rd and 2 from the 45. With 10 minutes to play, trailing by 25 points. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right, taking an awful lot of time to get up and get the ball snapped. Back to the left of Sperry. Sperry keeps it running behind Martins, has enough for a first down across 50 into Carroll territory at the 49-yard line. First down.
You look at this, and it's just a stat you don't always look at, especially for Kevin Sperry, but he's got to be over 1,000 yards rushing for the year, after tonight. And that's a big, tall task just as a quarterback.
carried 28 times today for 136 yards. Coming into today on the year, he had 981. Sperry looking to throw, had pressure from behind, goes over the middle looking for Reese. It is caught inside the 15 in double coverage. No, it's ruled incomplete. It looked like he had it, and one of the officials comes in and rules it incomplete, sandwiched between a corner and a safety, and it will be incomplete.
And again, Zach Hayes there on the pressure. Great job on getting to Sperry just a little bit, and then tremendous job on the back end by the corner and the safety there. Just as, like you said, sandwich in, DJ Reese and force him to drop the ball.
2nd and 10 now. Sperry getting behind the running back. It's going to be brought down by Marcus Browse. He just grabbed his ankle, and Sperry was up for a little bit longer, just couldn't break free of the Carroll linebacker.
And again, we're talking about this middle position there. You have Browse. This is a tough call in kind of in no man's land there on the second level. To come in with the big hit, it stops Sperry. He's done a good job, Browse, as he's gotten in tonight on getting Sperry to the ground.
Another 3rd down. And 9 to go for the Wildcats. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Sperry looking to throw. Has pressure coming, goes over the middle, completes it to Gray for a first down across the 30, down to the 25, and is going to be marked at the 20-yard line. Sperry took a lick as he let that one go and was able to get rid of it accurately.
Talk about extending play, steps up in the pocket, almost playing a little backyard football. Hits him on the slant there at the last moment. A great pickup for the Guyer offense.
1st and 10 from the Carroll 20. Ball on the left hash, 2 receivers to each side. Sperry takes the snap, has time, set up pass to Martins in the flat, who is drilled by Marcus Browse behind the line of scrimmage. Lost a yard on the play.
I love Browse is just bringing the wood today. He is bringing the hits. A tremendous job for number 12. He's just laying licks out there tonight, Chris.
Under 8 minutes to go now. 2nd and 12 at the 22. Not a lot of sense of urgency from this Wildcats offense, given the 25-point margin. Gray goes in motion left to right. 2 receivers on that side. Sperry fakes it to Cobbs. Has time in the backfield, under pressure, and is going to be taken down again for another loss. Browse was the first one there again.
It's been all Marcus Browse on this drive. Just a one-man possess, doing a terrific job on getting to the quarterback, but getting to the point and delivering a hit and getting him down.
Pressure has not been a problem for the Dragons this year, and it's come from a variety of guys game to game.
It really has. That's, you talk about the development as of, trust your partner next to you, and they're doing a great job in doing that.
3rd and 16. Sperry looking to throw, looking end zone, has Reese open, touchdown. So DJ Reese with 2 touchdowns in this half. He's doing what he can to try to keep Guyer in it. It's now 56-37 Dragons.
A tough call for Van Dorsler there on the left end. He had his pathway to the quarterback, and it looked like he got held and thrown down to the ground.
Dragons 56, Wildcats 38. The score with 6:48 to go in the 4th quarter here. Guyer gets a touchdown reception from DJ Reese, his 2nd of the day, and will likely go for another onside kick here. They've got Stinson lined up over the ball. Onside kick comes to the left side. They go over the Dragon hands team, and Blake Gunter runs back to grab it and fall on it at the Carroll 21.
Smart play by Blake Gunter, and just getting to the ball, getting on the ground, not trying to make something out of it. They need to. And heads up, Guyer was trying to catch Carroll sleeping a little bit on the back end on that kick coverage.
Kickoff powered by Macero Southlake. Tackle your hunger pregame, postgame this weekend or any day with queso Macero and brisket tacos that score big on taste. Find us at the shops at Southlake. Macero, where love is always on the house. So with 6:47 to go, Dragons will try to run as much of this clock as they can on this possession. Coming out at the 25-yard line, 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Glenn gets it running up the middle, runs through some arm tackles, and gets all the way across the 30 to the 33.
Again, great job, just inside zone, getting behind Trent Wilson, Kerry Clayton, and Nathan Dumrocky. This offensive line, I'm telling you, those that are listening, they're pressing on this defensive line, and a very good defensive line. Guys across the board that are going to go be playing at the next level, they are inserting their will on this D-line. I love that they're getting behind them right now.
There's a lot made of this defensive line for Geyer, really all season long. But Carroll has been able to make them not a factor today. Empty backfield for Renda here, running on behind right guard, stumbles forward across the 35-yard line to the 36. Picked up a couple, but it was enough for a first down.
Great job, just move the chains. You don't need anything to do anything tricky. Just keep it on the ground, and a good job by the Dragon offense. Again, just behind this offensive line. They're a seasoned group by now. We talked about their development through the year, just doing a great job, and then Angelo Renda just finding the sticks and getting the first down.
Reed Heim with two timeouts remaining. Riley Dodge has all three, but Heim opting not to use any to try to slow down the draining of this clock here. As Renda gives to Glenn, running up the middle across the line of scrimmage to the 39-yard line, gains 3.
It's such a test overall for this Dragon group and this offense. It's a very good, Geyer defense. I love the matchup, on the right side here with Tristan Deere, the sophomore, and then the sophomore defensive end. Tristan's a guy who's been offered by Wisconsin and Baylor, and, going against the guys already committed to Oklahoma. It's been a newel point all day, but you just love the battles that you're seeing up front.
Two receivers tighter to the formation on each side for Carroll on 2nd and 7. Give it to Glenn again, running behind left guard. Carroll trying to push this pile forward. They do get a little extra push on the back end of the play up to the 43 and gains 4 yards. Whistle blows here as Geyer uses a timeout, and we will step aside as well. With 4:27 to play in regulation, it's Carroll 56 and Geyer 38 on the Dragon Sports Network.
At AC Pros, we are a family-owned company that has been in business for 27 years in the DFW Metroplex. At AC Pros, we offer air conditioning and heating services, maintenance and sales, and we are a certified Trane dealer. Protect against the Texas heat or the cold in the winter with attic insulation, radiant barrier, or window replacement options. Contact us today for a complimentary energy analysis and air quality test. AC Pros, online at acprostx.com. Go Dragons!
Rain starting to come down a little bit more here in Denton as we near the end of this one. 4:31 to go. You can kind of hear it a little bit through our crowd mics here at DATCU Stadium. Denton Area Teachers Credit Union, the naming rights here at the University of North Texas. Carroll comes out 3rd and 3. 2 receivers left, one to the right, all fairly tight to the formation. Gunter is the H-back on the right side. They keep it on the ground, give it to Glenn again. He is going to be hit in the backfield and dropped for a loss. Knifing in there for Geyer was Matt DeSantis, the senior defensive end. And Geyer will use its last timeout here before Carroll punts it away on 4th down.
Big stop by Geyer. They had to at least get something here in the mix. Again, time is our worst nightmare right now. We're ticking away with a little over 4 minutes left. But a good stand there. Dragons did it right. They had to keep it on the ground, just turn some time off the clock.
So again, the winner of this one plays the winner of DeSoto and Longview. And Longview still leading that one 23-7 at halftime. Carroll has done a good job on special teams today when it comes to execution, considering the wet conditions and what we've seen from Geyer's side of things. Hayes on to punt it away for Carroll. Back to receive for Geyer is DJ Reese. And Hayes running out to the right, a rugby-style kick, and it goes out of bounds. And may have crossed the boundary a yard or two after the line of scrimmage, so that's not going to turn the field at all. And Geyer will get it back almost right where it was.
I couldn't tell if that was a design or if it was just from pressure and he was rolling out there for a certain reason. But a little bit of pressure from Geyer on their pump block team. They can give him good field position right at the 50.
Now, it initially looked like they were going to mark it 2 yards from where it was kicked, but they do bring it back to the 50-yard line. 3 receivers left, tight end to the right for Geyer on first down. Sperry looking to throw, facing pressure, throws to left side, incomplete, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. That was Corbin Glasgow, or Mason White rather, and it's incomplete.
Dragons are doing a great job in just getting some pressure. They're almost half a step away from making that sack on Sperry. And again, good job by the Dragon secondary here.
So it'll be 2nd and 10. Still at midfield, ball on the left hash. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Schneider is the running back, but before the ball is snapped, Riley Dodge will spend his 2nd timeout, as Geyer likely needing to go to the air here late in this one. We'll take it as well. 4:13 to go in the 4th. Carroll 56, Geyer 38 on the Dragon Sports Network.
This time of year, we're all looking for something, but what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love, and hope and peace and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong in and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
So a timeout called by Carroll before this 2nd down and 10 play of the Wildcats. Ball at midfield. 4:13 to go in the 4th quarter. Dragons leading at 56-38. Looking to move on to the state semis. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Sperry will throw. Going over the middle, has a man. It is hauled in inside the 20-yard line and down to the 15. Goes Jackson Shockley, the tight end, his first reception of the day.
He is a big target and big weapon and great connection by Sperry.
They go quickly on first down. Sperry keeps it, running behind the running back inside the 10, still on his feet inside the 5, and powers his way into the end zone for the touchdown. Dragons made contact about 10 yards away from the goal line, but Sperry keeps the legs moving and gets in for 6.
What a run by Sperry. Talk about one guy with the will to get to the end zone, just dragging defender after dragging defender, bouncing off of him, keeping his legs driving and finding pay dirt.
That makes it 56-44 with 3:53 to go. And Ford Stinson is on for the extra point try. A whistle and false start. Might have been on Stinson himself. He took a step in the backfield.
We'll start offense number 75.
They call it on one of the linemen. Maybe
can't blame it on the lineman for everything, Chris.
Stinson may have seen that movement and then taken that little half step.
Yeah.
Defending the lineman to the very end. Well, that backs him up 5, and Stinson will try again here after the Sperry touchdown run. Snap is down, kick is up, and good. 3:53 to go in quarter number 4. Geyer has cut it back to an 11-point game. It's the Dragons 56 and the Wildcats 45 on the Dragons Sports Network.
Feed Store Barbecue on Whitechapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
The lead is now 11 for the Dragons, 56-45 over Denton Geyer with 3:53 to go. And they line up Andrew Johnson and Ford Stinson over the ball again, with the onside kick coming up here for Geyer. They tried to go over the Carroll hands team last time. Let's see what they do this time. This time it's Stinson kicking it. It is loose at midfield, still loose on the ground, and Geyer thinks they have it. They may, and it is going to be Geyer football. They recover the onside kick. They went right in the middle of the field instead of going left or right like you usually see, and a flag is down on the back end of this play. But it will be Geyer ball. It's a matter of what the marker's for.
Geyer recovered the kick. Unfortunately, number 30 on Geyer. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Geyer ball, but 15 yards back after the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. It's the second time in as many onside kick tries that Geyer's been penalized.
Well, it's tough. I mean, they do a really good job, on their kickoffs. It causes a little bit of confusion, and they can place the ball pretty well. But again, you have a penalty here. It backs you up even more, and you're in a situation where, you don't have the ability to stop the clock at all.
Heim used both of his timeouts to force Carroll to punt. Last possession for the Dragons. And now they'll be forced to go to the air, needing 2 possessions to tie this game. Sperry takes the snap, throwing over the middle. It is off the hands of Gray and incomplete. Geyer down 11, needing a touchdown and a 2-point conversion plus a field goal to tie this thing up.
Yeah, and Geyer's done a good job just trying to get to the air. And again, easy slant route there. You got to come up with that catch, especially in these moments. But Sperry, they're going to put it on the quarterback's shoulders here and get him to push it down the field.
Dragons will be trying to create some pressure. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Sperry has time, throws complete to Gray, shy of the 50-yard line, and he is going to be brought down at the 49, just in Geyer territory.
And they're going to show a little more urgency here. They have to get to the ball. That time is just clicking off the clock for this Geyer team.
3:34 to go now. 2 receivers right, 1 left on a first down. Fake it to the running back. Sperry has time now, flushed out of the pocket, going to tuck it and run, has a lot of green in front of him across the 30, inside the 25, and steps out of bounds at the 24. Big run for Kevin Sperry to get inside the Carroll 25-yard line.
That's what is so difficult if you're this Carroll defense to defend, is that you can be good on coverage and you can get a little bit of rush, but then you step up in the pocket and Sperry can do it with his legs. He can create something out of nothing, and he does that there. Big chunk of gain for Geyer.
1st and 10 from the 24. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Sperry going to tuck it again, trying to run, getting outside. Carroll needs to keep him in bounds, but can't do it. He crosses the boundary and stops the clock after a gain 2.
You're starting to see here, as Sperry's back there, if his first read's not there, he's taking it and going. He's not spending a whole lot of time in his pocket trying to do check downs. He's seeing what's not there. If it's not there, he's taking off and running.
Jake Lucky getting a breather here. Jackson Oakley into the game at defensive tackle for the Dragons. 2nd and 8. Ball at the Carroll 22 on the left hash. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Shockley, the tight end, to the left of the set. They bring Reese in motion left to right. And before the ball is snapped, play clock ran out. It's more self-inflicted wounds for Geyer here. They have the personal foul on the onside kick recovery, and now don't get the playoff in time. Puts them behind the chains, 2nd and 13. Back at the Carroll 27. The yard to gain for the first down is the 9. Trips right. Sperry takes the snap. Under pressure. Throws end zone. It is overthrown. Gray, the intended receiver again. Harris in coverage for the Dragons.
Again, he's looking for that slant, or he's looking for that one-to-one matchup that he can float over the top. It's either there or not. And you're going to talk about putting a little bit of touch on the pass. It's hit or miss with Sperry. But again, they're in a tough position. You're at 3rd and 13. They've got to push to these chains or get to the end zone.
They're probably out of Stinson's range right now, but if they can pick up about 7 yards, they wouldn't necessarily get a first down, but they could theoretically be in field goal range. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Sperry throws left side. It is incomplete. Let go of it before Gray had turned his head, and it is incomplete. Big 4th down coming up here.
And you can see Sperry and Gray that they're sitting there talking on the field on what was the confusion. The timing of coming out of the route wasn't there, and Sperry threw it a little too early. And he still wasn't out of his break. So there's Reese. That is Reese or Gray. Tough situation. He had the first down there.
I believe it's Reese. The font on the numbers makes it a little difficult to differentiate between 3 and 5. These Geyer uniforms. 4th and 13. It's likely the game for the Wildcats here. 2 receivers each side. 1 back to the left of Sperry. And before the snap, Carroll will use its 2nd timeout of the half. A big 4th down coming up here for the Wildcats with 3:05 to go in the 4th quarter. It's Carroll 56, Geyer 45 on the Dragon Sports Network.
Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, offering dependable nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks, so you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to in your area, minus the leftist propaganda. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message that you support free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your phone and keep your number, too. Just go to patriotmobile.com/dragons or call 878-PATRIOT. Get free activation today with the offer code DRAGONS.
Fourth and 13 for Geyer. 3:05 to go in the 4th quarter. Carroll leading by 11, 56-45.
As we're next to the coaches next to us from Carroll here on the press box, you can hear, keep your eyes on the quarterback. He's the heart and soul of this offense.
2 receivers left. Sperry looking to throw. Under pressure. Flag comes out. Goes over the middle. Looking end zone. Intercepted. Carroll has it. Parker Harris running it out of the end zone across the 30. 35-40, and finally taken down out of bounds by Sperry along the Dragons sideline.
Great interception, Chris, and it was going to come back anyways. If he hadn't got the interception with the holding call by the right tackle by Geyer, finally got flagged tonight. But again, great job by Parker Harris and getting an interception. Now the Dragons, all they have to do is run the timeout.
Carroll has bent defensively, but they have not broken. The defense has forced turnovers. Robert said that would be a key before we started the day. And Dragon defense has come up big with pressure on Kevin Sperry and timely turnovers when they need them. Geyer bringing pressure here. Renda keeps it himself on first down across the 45 on the UNT logo at midfield, brought down at the Carroll 47. They are rotating footballs in quickly here as the rain continues to pick up. With 2:28 to play now. Dragons can kill the clock with maybe one more first down. Waiting as long as necessary to get this off. Play clock down to 6 as the line gets set. Tight end in there now. They give it to Glenn on second down. He's going to be hit behind the line, taken down for a loss by Caleb Fowler.
A big hit by Caleb Fowler coming off the edge there and getting to stay in the inside zone. Keep it basic. Get Christian Glenn there. I mean, they don't need anything spectacular. Just keep running this clock out. If we can get another first down, it's ideal for Carroll.
You imagine they would keep the ball on the ground rather than risk going to the air here, even if it means punting and giving Geyer the ball back with less than a minute to go. Play clock down to 7. It looks like Riley Dodge may go ahead and use that final timeout here before this third down play. They are not going to the line, and he will. So we will take it as well with 1:20 to go in the fourth quarter. Carroll 80 seconds away from the state semis, leading 56-45 over Geyer on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Minute 20 to go here. Riley Dodge using his final timeout before a 3rd and 8 play from his own 45-yard line. Dragons lead by 11, 56-45. See what they come up with here on third down. Bunch formation on the left for Carroll. One receiver on his own to the right. That's Boyd. Glenn in the backfield with Renda. Geyer showing pressure. Renda running behind Glenn left side, has a convoy of blockers out in front of him, gets across the 50, picks up the first down, and that should do it. Down to the 45-yard line goes Angelo Renda. The Dragons can take a couple of knees and move on to the state semifinals for the second consecutive year.
What a play call. A tremendous job by Riley Dodge and company, overloading the left side and just saying, Angelo, go get the first down. He turns on the jets on the outside. Great job by Angelo getting the first down, sealing the deal for the Carroll Dragons.
They line up in victory formation now. Renda urging the crowd to make a little bit of noise before he takes the snap, takes a knee, and that is it. 30 seconds left on the clock. They don't need to snap it again. 2 years in a row, and for the 4th time in 5 years, Southlake Carroll will play for a chance to go to the state championship. Final score today, 56-45. As Denton Geyer's season comes to an end, the Dragons improve to 14-0 on the year. Geyer's season will end at 10-4. And Robert, the way this one started for the Dragons, things certainly looked like they could get a little bit dicey, but Carroll got a couple of breaks early on, and once they evened the score, it was kind of pedal on the gas all the way to the end.
Well, I think we talked about it in the pregame, resiliency in going through these past few games when they've been challenged. You know, they know to settle down. You know, there's a lot of ball to play, and they let the game just progress. And they did a great job of just executing on opportunities. A very opportunistic team this Dragon team is.
The teams are shaking hands at midfield right now, and Carroll players excitedly running back to the visitor side here at DATCU Stadium at UNT. And we'll go play in a state semifinal for the second straight year. So we'll take a break here on the Dragon Sports Network, come back, recap this one a little bit, take a look at some of the numbers, and look ahead to next week. Final score, Carroll 56, Geyer 45. Dragons on to the state semis. You're listening to the 6A Division II Region 1 Final on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Welcome to Macero Southlake, where American life meets Mexican spirit. Experience our renowned Mexican-inspired dishes, featuring Tex-Mex classics, inventive salads, a variety of seafood, and our award-winning cheeseburger. But save room for dessert, and we offer a wide selection of curated cocktails, over 20 wines by the glass, and refreshing, vibrant mocktails. At Macero, we're more than just food and drinks. We're an entire experience. It's sharing laughter, spending time with family and friends, and creating new memories. Whether you're looking for a pre- or post-game meal, weekend brunch, or any queso-craving weekday, join us in the shops of Southlake. Come see why at Macero, everyone's treated like family, and love is always on the house.
This time of year, we're all looking for something, but what we really need won't be found under any tree, and it can't be bought for any price. What we're looking for is love, and hope and peace and joy. What we're looking for is a place to belong in and a place to believe, a place where miracles still happen. This Christmas, we invite you to find your home at White's Chapel during one of our 7 candlelight Christmas Eve services. Join us as we celebrate the birth of our Savior and the hope of the world.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Dragons 56, Wildcats 45. The final score from DATCU Stadium at UNT. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton after Carroll advances to the state semifinals for the 4th time in 5 years. And Robert, these cold, wet games are probably a lot more fun when you come out on top.
Well, they are. I mean, it's disaster can be averted. It can go either way. And I think we saw it tip, Dragons' way tonight. And unfortunately for Geyer, I think some of these conditions played a big factor on what happened to their team tonight. But again, these aren't the easiest things to do, but it's just one of those games, you've got to get through.
Dragons celebrating down on the field. Region 1 champions for the 2nd consecutive year. And we talked about it pregame. We talked about it with Riley Dodge on the pregame show as well. But it's no small thing to win a region year after year after year, which Carroll has done now 4 times in 5 seasons.
Well, you're with a Carroll, program that's kind of the standard, and you can forget that it's hard at times, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy to do it year in and year out, and that's part of the culture of the program and where it's built up to be. That's the expectation. But it hats off to a Geyer team, very talented team, came from a very tough district. Again, you saw it on the field. They would have been in it step for step if it wasn't for the turnovers.
And Carroll just taking a picture on the field with the Region 1 trophy as they celebrate. And now we'll try to get out of the rain, which did pick up a little bit as the fourth quarter moved on. You saw them bringing new dry balls onto the field a lot more frequently as the game wore on. As we take a look at some of the stats from Monty Clegg today for the players individually. Quarterbacks, Angelo Renda, 9 of 14 for 103 yards. Kevin Sperry racks up 296 passing yards in the end, but it was a game where until Geyer really had to go to the air, both teams were keeping it on the ground for the most part.
Well, they were, and that's where it was going to start, and that's what was going to be the control of the game. And unless you had to be forced to put it in the air, neither team really wanted to do it, especially in these conditions. Right? It's a little difficult, but when Sperry had to, he did good. At times he was inconsistent. Sometimes he delivered strikes, and again just fell a little short there at the end.
On the ground, Renda led the Dragons for the second straight week in rushing yards, 15 carries for 146. Christian Glenn only had 37 yards on his 13 carries, but 3 of those were into the end zone for the Dragons. Parker Harris also had 1 for a loss of a few yards. For Geyer on the ground, Sperry was also their leading rusher. 33 carries for a quarterback for 180 yards today. 6 for Caden Cobbs. He had 24 yards. 6 for Sterling Schneider for 33 yards. And 4 for Aiden Martin for 37 yards. But like we talked about before the game started, the ground game was mostly in the hand of the quarterbacks.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's developed, especially you get to this playoffs. Dimensionally, having a quarterback that's a dual threat guy who can pass it and run it, and Angelo's one of those guys just for Carroll that we probably haven't seen for a while within the Carroll offense that can excel at both ends. But the development of it, puts a lot of pressure on the back end of the defense.
On the receiving side, obviously not a ton today, but DJ Reese, actually a pretty big game. 5 catches, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns for the sophomore for Geyer. Also for Geyer, Shockley had 2 catches for 88 yards. Gray and White also in on the action. For Carroll, Brock Boyd, 4 catches, 30 yards. Blake Gunter, 2 for 36, 1 catch each for Brody Knowles and Luke Jacquemart. Knowles went for a touchdown. But the turnovers are really where this one was won and lost, and Carroll wins the turnover battle 4-2.
Yep, it really was, and that's the deciding factor of it. It's a heartbreaker, and it takes the wind out of your sail for Geyer. We had 2 back-to-back punt, over the head snaps. It gave Carroll short field position to punch it in the end zone. Again, you can't. The small things matter. Chris, when you get to this time in the playoffs, and we've said it over and over and over. Who can do the little things extraordinarily well, and the Dragons seemingly do it, more often than not.
Well, Carroll is on the way to the state semifinals for the 2nd straight year and 4th time in 5 years. Dragons will play the winner of Longview and DeSoto. That one is now in the 4th quarter with Longview on top 36-14. So Longview trying to hold off a DeSoto team that has won consecutive 6A Division II state titles. We do not know when or where that game will be played yet, but as soon as it is announced, it'll be posted, of course, across all the Carroll Athletics social media pages, all that kind of stuff. So keep an eye out for that information. Other games today at the 6A level, 6A Division 1 Region 1 final, North Crowley over Allen, 35-7. The 6A D1 Region 2 sees Duncanville go over Cy Bridgeland, 31-13. So sets up a clash between maybe the 2 best teams in the Division I side of 6A next week between North Crowley and Duncanville. Also at that level, Galena Park North Shore beat Atascocita 49-21, and Summer Creek over Kingwood 51-7. At the 5A level, Aledo knocked out of the playoffs today by Denton Ryan, 31-21. That is 5A Division I, Region 1. It was a Denton Ryan team that Aledo had to come back from a 30-plus point deficit against in the regular season. This time, Denton Ryan does get the better of them, and Aledo maybe next year will have one more chance at the 5A level, but a team that is likely headed to 6A come the next realignment in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, again, another blue blood program, and they've excelled every single year. And these are tough. You know, they beat Denton Ryan early in the year. It's really hard to beat a team twice in 1 year. It does happen, but it is difficult.
And at the TAPS level, congrats to Fort Worth All Saints. State championships there over Houston Second Baptist 21-3 today. So that is a look at what else is going on around the state today. And that will do it for us here from the University of North Texas this afternoon. Carroll got down early 14-0, but the Dragons stormed back, as has been the case throughout this playoff run for the Dragons. A 56-45 win. Any final thoughts before we say goodbye until next week?
You know, all I got to say is the resiliency of this Carroll team. They've shown the last 3 weeks in the playoffs has been incredible. It's a team we've seen just mature from week 1 to now. And, you know, this is what you shoot for. You know, you want to be the state's last 4, and you have an opportunity, you know, get this win behind you, go to next week. If you can take care of business, go to the state championship. You know, a lot of dreams are right now what you dream of a lot of these guys growing up, especially in Dragon Youth football and just trying to be a Dragon and carry on the legacy. And it's right at your door, gentlemen.
Dragons 1 week away from a chance to play for state championship number 9 in program history. We, of course, will have that for you next week on the Dragon Sports Network. And keep an eye out for game time, location, date, all that kind of stuff. But thanks for hanging out with us on this cold and rainy Saturday afternoon in Denton. For Robert Clayton, our statistician Monty Clegg, producer Bill Webb, Tim Polster, Chris Blake saying goodnight from DATCU Stadium at UNT, where Carroll knocks off Geyer 56-41 to win 6A Division II Region 1 for the second straight year. We will talk to you next week on the Dragon Sports Network.
This week's Dragon football broadcast has been brought to you by White's Chapel United Methodist Church, Feed Store Barbecue, Kim Bedwell, Briggs Freeman Sotheby, Godwin Bowman PC, The Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, Tommy Pennington Realty Group, Macero, All-Star Orthopedics, Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, Hearst Autoplex, Southlake Dermatology, CLC Roofing, Patriot Mobile, AC Pros, and Mills Wealth Advisors. Thanks for joining us, and go Dragons!